They just got better. They were always good. We just, got them at the start of the season.
Hmm. Well, everyone.
No, give me another push.
Green. Color green.
I didn't hear you through this stuff.
Ready? Ready? All right. Welcome, everyone. Calling the meeting to order at 5:01, regular meeting of the board, October 23rd, 5 p.m. Let's do roll call. Trustee Diaz.
Here.
Trustee Reese.
Here.
Trustee DeMarco.
Present.
And Dr. Turkey.
Present.
All right. And myself are present. And any public comment on closed session items? Zoom? All right. Closing public comment, and now we're getting a recess to close session at 5:01. Right. Welcome, everyone. We're reconvening to open session. Please stand for flag salute. Ready? Begin. All right. There's no action taken in closed session. Let's adopt the agenda with moving item number 5 from consent to discussion. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Trustee Reese, motion. Trustee Chavarine, second. All in favor? Aye. Right. Adoption of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I second.
Right. Trustee Chavarria, motion. Trustee Reese, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to presentations. Prunedale, welcome Prunedale.
Joining tonight. Yes.
There's a flock of us.
Good evening, Board President Melgoza, Superintendent Turkey, and trustees. I'm Araceli Mendez, Principal of Pelicans, and the team here today is delighted to share with you a few of the highlights that we have worked on so far since the beginning of the school year. We have today
Sophia Sorensen, Assistant Principal. Very happy to be here. Thank you. Hi, Teresa Balon, School Psychologist. Good evening, Cheryl Dorsey, MTSS TOSA. Hello, I'm Hannah Anderson, and I'm also an MTSS TOSA. Hello, I'm Jessica Penaloza, PTO President. Lupita Duran, I'm the Family and Community Engagement Specialist for Prunedale School.
And Bianca's being shy. I don't know how or why that's happening, but so we'll go ahead and get started. Last year, I shared that our programs were growing, and no surprise, they do continue to grow this year. We continue to have 4 kinder classes, 2 TK classes, our inclusion program that's serving K through 2nd grade students. And then we have expanded in our special day class strand to adding a 1st through 3rd grade special day class on campus. So our staff members have also increased to 84 staff members on campus. Over the years, we have seen a shift in our school demographics. And so as you can see that, based on the data presented, we serve a very diverse student body and family community, both in terms of ethnicity and socioeconomic background. Among our multilingual learners, we serve a significant number of families who speak Mixteco, with many who also speak Spanish. Last year, I presented to you in the spring, and based on the feedback from the teachers, one of our priorities this year continues to be strengthening our school's culture and climate. And based on the feedback last year, the message was clear. We want to bring back some of the traditions and they also told me I have 15 minutes. We want to bring back some of the traditions and connections that once made our staff community feel especially strong. And so as we move forward this school year, we're embracing the idea that you've heard me say before, which is that it truly takes a village to run a school. And so through leading together with intention and lifting one another up, we are rebuilding a sense of shared purpose and belonging. This year, we've established several committees to support this work, including staff social activities, campus beautification, staff space redesign, and 4 other groups dedicated to different aspects of our school community. These committees represent the heart of shared leadership, where everyone's ideas and efforts matter. You can see some of the underground staff activities that we've engaged in already this year. And our social committee kicked things off with a fun chancla and day sock, followed by Teaching Can Be Hairy, where everyone received a mustache to wear. And I believe that I received the most compliments for mine because it matched my hair. These lighthearted moments reminds us that laughter and togetherness go hand in hand with the important work that we do each day. So far, we've had 2 successful all-staff gatherings as well, bringing together our certificated and classified staff, which you will see listed as a continued challenge, given that we have 80+ members of our community. And several of our classified staff support our after-school program, making it challenging for them to join our scheduled staff meetings after school. To support this sense of connection, at the beginning of the year, our PTO group joined in and sponsored a welcome back photo booth complete with props so that our staff could take pictures. You can see some of those there. And each of these moments, big and small, moves us closer to our goal of a school where everyone feels seen, valued, and a part of something greater. Together, we're learning, leading, and lifting each other, one mustache, chancla, and smile at a time. And for LCAP Goal 1, rigorous and equitable instruction, I want to briefly highlight our baseline data for iReady. And yes, there's not a lot of green yet, which the green indicates the percentage of students at or above grade level, but we are just starting off the year. Last year, we exceeded our goals on iReady, and we're hopeful that the triangles will have a lot of green by the spring. This year, I've had a strong focus on working with our Tier 1 team to make adjustments with our PDSA process and forms in efforts to streamline the work that our educators are already doing. As you might remember, last year it was shared that the PDSA form was getting in the way, so we're working collaboratively with the Tier 1 to get to a place where the form is helping drive the process. I'm excited to share that our focus for PDSAs this year school-wide is academic discourse, with using the strategy of think, pair, share across the grade levels. And we have teams that have launched that work already, and then teams that will be beginning very soon. And the other great work that we have been doing is our unit planning days, which Ms. Hannah is going to share with you all about.
So teachers are constantly juggling hundreds of responsibilities every moment of every day. And in fact, it's said that teachers make more split-second decisions per day than any other profession besides air traffic controllers, which if you've ever been in a classroom, let alone taught in a classroom, you're likely thinking that sounds about right. So with such a massive job and that massive responsibility, teachers rarely have the chance to put some of their responsibilities aside and really focus on just one area of their job. So having an opportunity to collaborate with their colleagues and do some work, to do the same work that they do, and then plan together and even align their teaching and assessments is rare and it's invaluable. In late September and early October of this year, grade level teams at Prunedale had an opportunity to do just that. With the leadership of the MTSS TOSAs, teachers conducted unit planning days that were both collaborative and extremely productive. Building from the work done last year, our teams picked up where they had left off by using priority standards and a backwards planning model to create math units. A central part of our work was focused on teacher clarity, particularly in the development of standards-based learning objectives and success criteria for the unit. We also referred to the ELD standards and considered ways to incorporate language objectives within the content-based learning objectives. This is an ongoing area of growth, and we will continue to focus in these areas during the upcoming unit planning days this year. Overall, our unit planning work so far has been powerfully collaborative and team building. At the end of a session, a teacher shared that she was extremely thankful as she had never had the opportunity to collaborate with her grade level team as deeply as she did that day. Many others expressed that they looked forward to our continued collaboration in the upcoming planning sessions. As instructional leaders, this means the world to us, and it indicates that we are supporting our students through the support of our teachers and their grade level teams. As a result, our unit planning days benefited the school as a whole.
I am honored to serve as one of the MTSS TOSAs at Prunedale. We are deeply committed to ensuring that every student becomes a confident, capable reader. To achieve this, we have been building a systematic, data-driven reading intervention program grounded in the science of reading. Our goal is simple but powerful: to provide the right support at the right time for every child. This year, we launched a new Multitudes Reading Difficulties Screener to identify first and second grade students who may be at risk for future reading difficulties. We will expand this screening to our kindergarten students in the winter. Using data from Multitudes, iReady, Amira, and the BPST, our team created small targeted instruction groups. These groups allow teachers and MTSS aides to deliver explicit, systematic intervention in foundational reading skills, closing early gaps before they widen over time. In our bilingual first through third grade classrooms, students are receiving Spanish language intervention with our MTSS aides through the Amira program, bridging Spanish and English instruction and supporting consistent literacy development in both languages. For our upper grade students, we've used iReady and BPST data to identify those performing 2 or more levels below grade level. Our MTSS aides are providing targeted intervention to strengthen foundational reading skills, preparing students to transition successfully to higher level comprehension, vocabulary, and content area reading. Our vision is that every Prunedale student will leave elementary school with the literacy foundation needed to succeed in middle school, high school, college, and beyond. By investing in early research-based intervention, we're giving our students the keys to lifelong learning. Thank you for your continued support of our MTSS work and our mission to ensure that every child reads, learns, and thrives.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. I have the pleasure, if we can go to the next slide. Oh, I have the clicker. Wow. Okay, there we go. To talk to you about our work with Goal 2, student engagement and connectedness. And I wanted to start out by highlighting our recent attendance campaign. And you can see our attendance clerk, Sandra down there in the pink shirt handing out popcorn to one of our winning classes. And the reason I wanted to bring this campaign forward is because it's a great example of how our staff is really stepping up to lead projects that they really care about. Sandra's our attendance clerk, and we were at our weekly SART meeting, and she said, hey, can we do an attendance and campaign? It's, Attendance Awareness Month. And I said, absolutely. That sounds like a great idea. And honestly, I don't have the bandwidth to lead that and coordinate that, but you do it. And so she took it on. She coordinated, organized other front office staff, worked with our PTO as well. And so we had a really great campaign. I will slow down. Thank you for the hint. So that was just a beautiful example of how using our staff and building their leadership capacity can help us really benefit our students. Ms. Teresa, our school psychologist, is going to come talk about our tier 2 and tier 3 work as well. Tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah, so this year, a big focus is our MTSS tiers and how we're building and strengthening our systems for social emotional learning and supports across all of those tiers. We're adding more structure this year to our SEL so that the connections between classroom lessons, small group lessons, and we're working on after-school nest programming so that they can feel more concise, clear, and connected. At the tier 1 level, our teachers have been using the Second Step program, which is our SEL curriculum that helps students build skills such as empathy, managing their emotions, and solving problems in positive ways. So far, 84 lessons from Unit 1 have been completed at our school, and 96% of our classrooms have gone digital with the program. And while the digital format is new for many of our teachers, they've embraced it with a lot of creativity and commitment, making sure that SEL remains a meaningful part of every day. You can see in those cute little index cards that our students have done that is a Second Step end of unit project that a second grade classroom has worked on. And you'll see a Second Step lesson in action on that bottom left picture. And so we just wanted to showcase all of that learning that we're doing in our classrooms. At the tier 2 level, our mental health therapist and I are leading small social skills groups. And we've started using Synergy MTSS plans to document that data and progress monitor for our students. And we wanted to do that so that we could be more efficient and make better use of multiple data points when forming groups or adjusting our interventions. We're continuing to refine how we identify and support our students who need tier 2 and 3 behavioral interventions. We're currently building a toolkit of strategies that work across our classrooms, and that has been a challenge for our site, but it is a focus for our team here. And we're experimenting with strategies, tracking what helps, and learning from each other to give students the supports that they need. And looking ahead, we're hopeful about that possibility of expanding our SEL supports to our NEST programming after school. This could give more students opportunities to practice social skills, build relationships, and feel supported across all parts of their school day. And we're excited to see how that work might extend beyond the classroom, giving more students more opportunities to connect to new peers, staff, and strengthen their sense of belonging at Prunedale.
And one thing that I really want to honor is the work that our NEST team is doing at Prunedale with the leadership from our coordinator, Arturo Perez, who couldn't be here tonight. I did have him do a little video, but I'm going to skip it because I know we're going over time. But one of the, how NEST really supports the student engagement piece and connectedness is that they're able to offer experiences for our students that perhaps they wouldn't be able to access elsewhere. And being in partnership with him has been very meaningful, right, for our collaborative work, but at the end of the day, for the impact, the positive impact that it has on our students and families.
Okay. And I also have the honor of talking to you about our work around Goal 3, parent and community engagement and connectedness. And I want to echo what an amazing job Nest does and how excited we are to partner with them, having our tour as part of our cost. And I always just want to pause and say that, parents and family and community really are here as an important piece of our work. It's like they make the work possible, right? They're the reason that we do the work and they make it stronger. So we have our PTO president and vice president, and they're going to start off by talking about how they have been doing amazing work this year. So Jessica and Bianca.
So hello again, I'm Jessica, I'm PTO president, and what's going well this year is our first fundraiser would be our Pally Gear. We sold Pally Gear for our fundraiser and to promote the school pride also. And also the company we're branding with is also helping us making sure our homeless kids have Pally Gear. And tomorrow is our 70th 9 year, if you could believe that, of our fall festival.
On record.
Yes, on record. We have books and we work as a team for it. It's my first year as PTO president and being involved, and I'm so glad that I was able to join.
Some of the things that we will be doing in the future, one of our biggest, besides their fall festival, is our holiday shop. So some of you guys might have remembered as kids going to like a little thing to shop for your families. Ours is way better. And so the students do something similar. It's one of our bigger money makers also. We have our family dance coming up, which is so fun. We have lunch on the green where we have our families come and join their students and have lunch with them. We have lots of more ideas that we want to get with through a family input also of just different activities to engage our parents anyway, make them feel welcome on campus. So yes. And thank you.
Thank you. We also have many teachers who are connected to the community, and you can see a photo of Ms. Morales inviting a community member in to do a presentation. And Ms. Dorsey is new to our staff, but she is continuing this tradition of bringing in resources to our school. Ms. Dorsey, you want to talk about your work?
Absolutely. So if you look down at the bottom picture where it says Ohana Therapist Read Aloud, with our growing focus on family and community engagement, I am excited to share how Prunedale is finding new ways to connect family and community partners to support the whole child. One of these partnerships is with Ohana Youth Mental Health. This year, we were fortunate to welcome Molly Hansen, a therapist with Ohana who visited our campus to lead social emotional learning groups for our youngest students, TK through second. She taught our students how to recognize and regulate emotions, including practical breathing strategies and techniques to manage the big feelings that arise throughout the school day. We are grateful for the opportunity to bring this type of support to our students, and I look forward to expanding partnerships like this in the future.
Thank you, Cheryl. So just want to highlight one more thing. I know we're short on time, but one thing that we're really pleased about is that we've been able to have a Mixteco interpreter at our school-wide events and SSTs thanks to a contract that the district has signed with the Mixteco project, I believe they're called, right? And so we just believe it's really important that all families feel welcome and that they can communicate their ideas and their opinions. And that has been a big push, and we're really excited to have it. We are always working to find ways to bring community members and families to campus because we believe that is the best way for people to see all the amazing work that is happening every day, and as well understand some of the real challenges that we do face. And I'm going to turn it back over. I know it was brief, to Ms. Mendez to wrap it up.
Yes. And to close it out, our certificated staff spotlight, she didn't know when she agreed to come here tonight, but it goes out to Miss Teresa Bailon, our school psychologist. As an newly added member to our team, she has gone above and beyond to serve our community in any way possible. And I feel so lucky and I'm so thankful to have her, right, to work with her and learn with and from her. And one thing that really stands out, about Teresa's work is how she's a great problem solver. Like, I'll be like, Teresa, like, this is happening. What do you think we can do about this? She's like, oh yeah, let's talk about it. And quick to respond, right, to the needs that we have. So thank you. Thank you. And our classified staff spotlight goes to Miss Eva Lopez Marquez, who is a paraprofessional for the inclusion program. And when I was thinking, okay, out of 40 something, who is it going to be? I thought about Miss Eva because of her kind, caring nature, right? Like one of the teachers refers to her as Mama Eva, because that is how she treats our students, right? Like she's so caring and nurturing, and kids trust her. They go up to her, even if it's not the class that she's supporting. She's just an amazing human and very supportive of any needs that we have at our school. She jumps in. So thank you, Miss Eva. And that concludes our presentation for Prunedale. And I only coughed twice.
I don't need a mic, but I'm just saying, like, you're gonna tell me. All right, I'm first gonna open it up for board for any clarifying questions, and I'll start with our board student representative. Awesome, Trustee Diaz. Trustee Reese.
Can you just describe the Mystico program a little bit more?
Yes, so my understanding is our district has a partnership with this interpreter group, and we are able to request the interpreter with the support of special services. And we were very lucky to have them. We did a sneak peek the week before school started, and they were there. They helped us do a welcome message. They also helped with the online registration program process. And then we had them at our back to school night events. We have had their support at SSTs that we have done. And then just last night, they were at our ELAC meeting. And so it's two people that have supported two different staff members. Yes.
Okay. My other question is the last time you were here, which was at the end of last year, you expressed, you apologized for some of the concerns you had heard from your staff.
Absolutely.
Where do you think you are now
Yeah.
compared to where you were then? And what are some of the things you have put into place to improve morale and some of the concerns you heard from your staff?
Yeah, great question. So I want to say that I feel, right, but I could be wrong. Never know. I feel that we are in a better place. So some of the things that have been put in place are looking at how do I leverage the teams to support and lead the work, right? And how do we learn together? How do we lead together? And so that is why I highlighted the different committees that are in place, because it starts from the ground up, right? And so if it's, culture and climate is a school effort. Yes, it does begin with me, but it is the work of a whole group. And so the committee group, right? We are in October, so it's some of the things are still not in full motion, right? But we're slowly getting there. And then also leveraging our tier 1 team and having them be the voice, right, for the grade levels in terms of how is it that we know what is like an example, like how are we going to roll out our PDSAs this year? What changes do we need to make? What does the timeline look like? Does this seem doable? And really having them take the lead with those types of initiatives.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Trustee DeMarco.
Yeah, I think last year when me and Dr. Turkey visited you, when we did a tour on your school. Did you have a PTO then?
Yes, they've always been there. They were smaller last year. Yes, I said small but mighty.
Okay, I'd love to hear more about your PTO. Like, if you're saying they're small back then, are we bigger now?
We are bigger now. How many new parents do we have? I think three or four.
Yeah, like super active. I joined at the end of last year.
Mhm.
So now I'm president.
Oh, it's a tough gig, to be a PTO. We really wanted, I really wanted to whenever I see schools asking about their PTOs and like what, how we're growing and how we're getting more parental involvement into our schools. Cause
For the 80th Fall Festival, you're gonna. Wow.
all I need is that invite.
Yeah.
So send it to my email and send it to the rest of the board. We'd love to show up and
Yes.
be a part of that.
Yeah.
Thing.
Tomorrow is our fall festival, so we hope you all can join. This is a formal invitation. It's a great event and it really happens, right? Like when we think about that shared leadership and positive outcomes for kids and families, like tomorrow you will see it in action, right? And all the work behind the scenes and the prepping comes from the PTO group and our teachers who have been working really hard on supporting the event. So thank you.
Thank you. I would love to hear more about it.
We found this during the
If you
summer.
can get closer to the microphone.
During the summer, when we did like summer cleanouts and stuff, another staff member and I were able to find documentation about PTO in Prunedale. And what we found was that PTO has been in existence at Prunedale since 1946. So it's really awesome. One other thing that Bianca has been supporting is us starting PTOs like at the middle school. She's open to questions, answers. She'll come if I asked her if we would have a meeting, if she'd join us so she can guide us at the middle school, and she's agreed to because she's done it for a couple of years at Prunedale. And Prunedale's PTO was very, very, very successful. It's really good.
No, it's exciting here because through observation, a lot of, and this is through every district in the state of California, we have a lot of parental involvement in primary schools. The minute they get to middle school and high school, by letting our children be a little bit more independent, sometimes we taper off. I was hoping that we could still continue a strong PTO through elementary and then have that core carry it on into the middle school and into the high school.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
All right,
Thank you.
trustee Chavarria.
No, thank you so much for your presentation. The question I had that I thought was really cool that I saw, I don't know if it's your first time, you guys are doing parent ambassadors that are going to be representing at the district. Can you tell me a little bit about that? How you're recruiting those and what their role is and
So that's something that with the support of Ms. Lupita, right, and her role as the face, where it's like in early stages, so I'll let her chime in.
So we'll actually starting our parent ambassador voting process next week. We have Prunedale parents that have signed up. We are going to have a ballot ready by next week and we'll be able to vote for the two that will be representing Prunedale. Aside from that, I've been working with Bianca with our student leadership because we also want to bring 2 or 3 students from our school to be part of the student leadership ambassador program for the district as well. So like Ms. Mendez did mention, it is in the early stages, but we are going to be in our voting stages next week. So we're super excited about that.
that's kudos. I love hearing that, especially combining the both, you know, the student voices and parent voices. I think that's great. Thank you.
We did have one clarification, Kelly. Yeah, is that okay? So just a clarification that the contract with the Mixteco project was that work was led by Katie Turner and the Department of Student Family Support Services, and Kelly representing Special Services wanted to make sure that we gave credit where credit was due, so. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I don't have any clarifying questions. I'll open it to public comment. Zoom. All right, closing public comment and final comments. Adriana. Trustee Diaz.
Yeah, thank you all for coming. We love seeing you and thank you for the presentation. It was really great. A lot of stuff I've been seeing for the past couple of years and wanted to, reiterate how good of a job Arturo's doing with Nest. I mean, it's great. I love seeing the things that the kids are doing after school now with the sports teams and getting them kids that either haven't played, soccer, basketball, volleyball before and the learning hour and the ones that already have, PTO, all the fall festivals, you know, obviously tomorrow, and, you know, just staff always bragged, you know, I've been going to that since I never went to the school, but I lived down the hill and I always went to it as an adult, even when my older two were, smaller, and now I have two at Prunedale School, and Bianca and all the people that help her, you know, just do a great job every single year, and I have no problem volunteering at the course. And same thing with the PTO. Jessica, you know, I volunteered with her last year, and I volunteered before, you know, Bianca asked, I say yeah, or anyone for that matter. And you know, with the holiday shop or setting up for the fall festival, uh, it's it's really great the hours that everyone puts in of their own time and stuff, and we really appreciate it as a community. And yeah, just keep up the good work. And again, we just can't thank you enough for all the extra hours you guys put in. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Reese?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's always wonderful to learn about what our sites are doing. I mean, we know you're all wonderful. You're all working very hard and putting students first, but it's very nice to see from your perspective what you're proud of and you want to highlight. I have a question. What could we be doing to support you that we're not?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. Would you like me to answer now?
Do you want a couple minutes to think?
Yeah, if I can
Okay.
think about it, yeah, we want to be thoughtful with my answer.
Great. And then another question, would you please remind me of the hours for the fall festival tomorrow for those that are here to know?
That's an easy question, 5:30 to 7:30.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Volunteers, all right, volunteers. Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, that's funny.
All right.
We don't do operations.
Wow.
Stay
It's volunteer.
all right, let's bring it back. Trustee DeMarco.
I appreciate the updates and information from the last presentation to this. I love seeing the collaboration. I'm starting to see this more this second go around of presentations presenting the entire team. Because that's really what these presentations were for, was for us to get to know who the teams are at every location. And know really, like, you know, put the faces to the positions, and we're not the experts on it. And we're in a tough spot where we have to make decisions with little to no expertise in education. And your guys' input is what helps out drive our decisions and to do us best. So it's very valuable coming here and explaining to us what's going on. And also gotta push it and bring the PTO. Loved seeing that. That's really awesome. I would love to see that more, because that's really what a lot of us here are parents, and it's fun to see other parents who are taking active roles in our community. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Trustee Chavarria.
You know, I just gonna say, I love the unity, you guys. You could feel the passion and the unity that you guys have. I love that positive energy. And yes, kudos to, I'm so sorry I'm gonna miss the event tomorrow. I'm gonna be out of town, but I've gone to many and supported. You guys do amazing. And as an alumni doing that back in the days, it was PTA and then it was PTG and now it's PTO. So I'm trying to keep up, with all the different acronyms, but at the end of the day, I know it's a lot of work. So thank you.
Dr. Turkey, do you want to say?
Yeah, thank you, Pelicans. We love to see you here. Thank you all for being here, and seeing the Pelicans soar is wonderful. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree. You can see, I also like when there's a team presenting and sharing the different perspectives. I think that that's needed from all of our schools and all of our teams. And I love the shirt. So I want one of those. And I agree that the Nest has been doing a really awesome job. Arturo he always invites at least myself to the events, and has always been telling me about all the wonderful stuff happening. And it's just good to see that collaboration between what's happening during the school but also after the school ends, right? And that our kids have all those opportunities and are doing that. And thank you, parents, for volunteering and for being there. It takes all of us to make sure our students succeed. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate the leadership. I appreciate the leadership. And we cannot go set up because we are told we're not doing operations. But Matt can go. Matt can go. But
I do love a cakewalk.
yeah, I want to go get a goldfish. Last time I got a goldfish, so I want to go get a goldfish. So thank you so much, and we appreciate all your work.
Thank you. Thank you. You want me to- Yeah. Okay. I have one answer, one idea for an answer. There's many that are
Email us.
Okay. So one of the things that I want to appreciate and thank the board for is your support for the additional staff that we have on campus. Right. And so that includes our MTSS TOSAs, our behavior technician, our school psychologist, or mental health therapist. So supporting that work really is what is what is impacting our students, right? Because our students have different needs and it takes a village to meet those needs. And so with your support, with having those positions in place at the elementary school site, at least for Prunedale, it makes a huge difference for our school community, for our families, and ultimately for the students. So thank you for that.
Can I add one more thing? I haven't cleared with
Yeah.
her. Just gonna. I think for me, I would invite you to come visit, and I think the walkthrough Wednesdays are a great opportunity. I know you all are very busy and have many things, but I think that's the best way to see the story and see all the, like I said, all the amazing things that are happening every single day. So that would be my invitation.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. All right. Moving on to our next item. 2024-25 state assessment. Welcome, Antonio.
Gracias. Thank you. So good evening, Board President Mendoza Ramirez, trustees, Dr. Turkey, colleagues and community. My name is Antonio Garcia, the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, and I'm joined by our Director of Teaching and Learning, Kim McCulloch, to present our district's 2024-2025 CAST results. We have 3 objectives for today's presentation. The first is to review the purpose and the role of these state assessments. It is also to celebrate the 24-25 Math ELA science student performance and identify opportunities for growth. And then finally, we also hope to be able to further the understanding of the implications in the alignment to our LCAP and our district priorities. Here in our school district, our North Star is to ensure all students are prepared for college, career, and life. Supporting our students to obtain proficiency in grade level standards for ELA and for mathematics is important in meeting our mission and vision. Here you see an image that comes from Shane Saphir's book, Street Data, that we have shared with our Tier 1 teams and our site administrators. It serves as a visual reminder that it is important to gather and use different types of data to guide our actions. So our CAST data that we're going to be presenting on today is considered, as you can see at the very top, what is considered satellite data. We use it to identify broad patterns, broad equity challenge that we're going to see in our school district. It's a starting point of investigations, but it can't end just there. Map data that you see here is more focused. It provides more specific information to help understand student mastery of skills, like reading comprehension and math fluency. An example of map data for our school district is the use of iReady assessments that we administer multiple times in the year. And then finally, the title of the book you see here is called Street Data, which is the most granular. This is where we can probe and inquire about experiences of staff, families, or students. It requires deep listening and observation and is critical to examining next steps. This, for example, will be if we interviewed English learners to see what their experience is in the math classroom, would be an example of street data. And on to our topic, right, that we have for today, the CAST assessments. So it is the state's comprehensive assessment system for grades 3 through 8 and 11. It is designed to measure student learning and progress towards state standards in ELA and math. The assessments provide a common yardstick across all school districts and schools in the state of California to ensure equity in expectations and outcomes. They also measure critical thinking, problem solving, and analytical writing skills aligned to college and career readiness. These assessments there's two parts to them. So for math and for ELA, you're going to have a computer adaptive segment, meaning questions adjust in difficulty based on students' responses, giving a more accurate measure of what each student knows and can do. There's also a performance task that goes with the math and ELA assessments as well. So why does it matter? Right. So these results of satellite data that I mentioned help to inform instruction. They help guide our school and district improvement plans. It helps assure alignment to our LCAP and our funds. It helps us identify trends and persistent gaps that we're aware of. The goal here is not to label, but to illuminate areas where our system can improve to better serve every student. Finally, the CAS results are also a key component of the California School Dashboard, contributing to the academic indicator. We're going to have brand new 2025 dashboard results coming out soon, which we will look forward to sharing at an upcoming board meeting. And now I will pass it on to my colleague.
Good evening. So today we're excited to have the opportunity to share with you our district data for ELA, math, and science. This data shows the percentage of students who achieved a level 3 standard met or level 4 standard exceeded on the California State Assessment. We'll be sharing the overall data, individual school data, and student group data results. This data will show both strengths and bright spots, and also areas for growth and improvement. So this slide shows the overall percentage of students in the district who met or exceeded the standard in ELA, math, and science. So I think it was very exciting to highlight that there was growth in every single content area. So sometimes you'll see growth in just one, but not another. But we grew as a district in both ELA, math, and science. So while this is an area to celebrate that we are showing steady, small improvement and growth, there is still a need to increase the number of our students who are meeting or exceeding standard. So this slide breaks the data down into the students meeting standards by school site. So one highlight that we wanted to point out is in our high school ELA proficiency results. So you can see in the high school achieved 52% proficiency in ELA, which is higher than the California state average of 48%. So this reflects the work that teachers are doing across grade levels to build students' knowledge of the ELA standards. Many of these ELA standards spiral and build from year to year. So the work starts in elementary, the standards continue to spiral in middle school and continue in high school. So we would hope to see growth over time, and we are seeing that in our secondary courses. The high school also has shared that they have had a school-wide focus on writing last year across the curriculum, which they believe also helped with this increase. We can see that overall, the elementary schools on average were around a 25% proficiency. And so thinking about that and thinking of our students, we know that over 50% of elementary students are English learners. And many of our students are also in the biliteracy pathway. We know that it takes 6 to 7 years to become fully fluent in a second language. And so because of this time that it takes to accelerate language, we're going to see lower proficiency levels in elementary, and we would expect to see it grow as we move to secondary. This slide, I always think the slides are really interesting because it shows the growth. And so one thing we look at overall proficiency, but then also it's important to look at, are we growing every year? So as you can see on this, there were some bright spots where some schools showed significant growth. And so we reached out to their principals to see what were you working on at your site that contributed to such growth. So we can see Castroville grew 10 percentage points in ELA, Elkhorn grew 7, and independent studies grew almost 6%. So principals shared this input with us on what they believe this growth is attributed to. Castroville shared it was their dedicated PLC time, goal setting, monitoring student progress, celebrating, incentives, and a school-wide shared goal and focus. Elkhorn shared that they had a school-wide focus on reading comprehension and their continuous improvement cycles on close reading strategies that aligned with AVID. Independent studies had an emphasis on differentiated instruction and strong SEL support for their students. They also shared that their WASC process had focused on student learning, and this reflection on student data had helped them to really target specific needs in their student groups. And lastly, they shared that their SART review team, their attendance review team, and that process with families and teachers created those strong partnerships that we know are so important. The next slide breaks down the ELA CASP data by student group. So here you can see each student group that the state highlights. And when we look at our student groups, we can also see some bright spots. So we see students that were 2 or more races at 58% proficient, reclassified fluent proficient students at 52. We also see some strong areas that need growth. When we look at this data, we see that our English learners, our students with disabilities, and our long-term ELs have specific opportunity gaps that we need to address. Then we looked at what the change was in our student groups. So this shows the change from last year to this year. And in this graph also, we can see that our RFEP students, our reclassified students, had strong growth, 2.7%. And our Hispanic and Latino students were growing by 1.6%. Our long-term English learners dropped, and our students with disabilities dropped. So again, there's equity gaps in meeting the needs of all of our students that we will continue to focus on as a district.
Thank you. And now I'll move into math with a similar breakdown by school and by student group. So here we're going to get into the math SBAC outcomes. This is our school level results. And here's some key trends and highlights. Approximately 17% of our students in grades 3 through 8 and 11 met or exceeded standards in mathematics. Echo Valley and Elkhorn performed close to the district average of about 17. And the bright spots, because there are some bright spots, the Center for Independent Studies nearly doubled our district average. So you can see that there's something important that's happening there that Kim had just highlighted, right? That's happening at Independent Study. While Castroville and Prunedale were also not too far behind that improvement. Here, we see the growth level, right, by the school sites. And there are several highlights that we see here. I mean, a couple of the main highlights from mathematics, I apologize. As you can see here for the Center for Independent Studies, they grew by 17 percentage points, which is a huge deal. And then Castroville Elementary, for the same reasons that Kim had mentioned before, they had nearly a 13% increase that you see there. And most of the other sites, the change was the schools remained relatively the same from 24 to 25, but in those 2 schools, they grew by a lot. Up next, we're going to talk about the student groups for mathematics, and I'm going to illuminate some of their performance, right? So some interesting observations here is that language, literacy, and biliteracy matter greatly. Our students who reclassified or English only had greater rates of meeting or exceeding standards, including for mathematics. So even for math, the more literate you are and the stronger you are with language, you see a correlation with higher performance here. On the other hand, our English learners, our students with disabilities, our students experiencing poverty disproportionately struggled in mathematics. And this matters a lot because nearly 9 out of every 10 students who took the SBAC last year experienced poverty. 4 of 10 are English learners, and 268 students who took that exam, that test, had an IEP. Here, it's not much change that you can see here between the student groups that you can see. They basically remain constant for the most part. The only group here that changed significantly would be our white students on the assessment. So some key takeaways that I want to highlight to the community and to the board is that as you saw with the first presentation, right, in the 3 assessments, we did move up. Even if it's not by great leaps and bounds, it's moving in the right direction. And as we mentioned, we have some really important bright spots to learn from. What's happening at Castroville, what's happening at the Center for Independent Study, and what's happening at Elkhorn when it came to English. Those are spaces that we can really learn a lot from, and we're looking forward to that. The other big takeaway is that reclassifying students as soon as we possibly can matters. We did talk about how it takes 6 years to learn a language, but let's not go 7, 8, 9 years to get reclassified, because when you do reclassify, you find you have a lot more success. And that we must disrupt design systems to better meet the needs of our students within IP, English learners, and specifically our LTELs.
So how are we aligning our resources and district priorities to meet the needs of our students so that we continue to grow in each content area? These next slides will address the connection of our data to our district priorities. So connecting to our LCAP, the LCAP areas that we are focusing on are starting with our guaranteed and viable curriculum. One of the big areas of need coming in was that we needed a new math textbook for grades K to 5. And so we are beginning that process. The state will have their recommendations and approvals in November, and we will begin meeting with the teams to start that textbook adoption process for K to 8. Also, continuous improvement. So that is a focus across all school sites with an equity lens. Sites are looking at where they want to grow overall as a site and where they want to show increased growth in specific student groups, such as our English learners and our students with disabilities, to close the opportunity gaps. Professional learning, this is where our MTSS TOSAs are playing such a key role with that job embedded support through coaching, designing professional learning, and working with the teaching teams on their cycles. Academic interventions are happening across the site. We were able to hear Prunedale today talk about their reading intervention that they're doing. All the elementary sites are doing those targeted interventions with our MTSS assistants in foundational reading to work alongside with our teachers and support students to get their needs met. The middle school also has advisory interventions, lunch interventions with the TOSAs and instructional assistants, and there's after-school interventions occurring as well in our secondary sites. SEL is built into our school day and classroom practices in our elementary and middle school sites using our second step curriculum, which Prunedale also mentioned. It's great, it was perfect segue. And then our Ed Ops is using Find Your Grind. PBIS and restorative justice is continuing to be built across our school system, and it was exciting to celebrate many of our school sites that earned the PBIS award recognition. This diagram, which you have seen many, many times, is our vision of how we improve, looking at knowing that the biggest impact on student achievement happens in the classroom with the classroom teacher. And so how do we support our teachers who are supporting our students each day? We're supporting them through our MTSS TOSAs. We're supporting with our assistants that can come in and support with small reading groups, our ELSAs and our instructional assistants. We're supporting with our school leadership team, which you heard Prunedale mentioning, the Tier 1 team that we've been working together with, and our Tier 2 teams. And the district admin is supporting our site principals and our TOSAs with leadership, coaching, and professional learning. Here's some pictures of our MTSS Tier 1 teams at work. We were PDSA detectives looking at where teams would be in the process and what the next steps would be.
Okay, and then to close us up, with the next 3 quarters of the school year ahead of us, we will continue to support our teachers with delivering high quality first-time instruction. In our learning walks, we see good progress with teacher clarity. And as we work to better meet the needs of our English learners, we will start exploring how language objectives can increase academic discourse in our classrooms. And now in our second year of implementing PDSA continuous improvement cycles, we are sharpening our equity lens. All sites have created SMARTY goals where they must identify a focused student group like English learners or students with disability in order to implement a theory of improvement that specifically will close that equity gap, something that's in addition to what we had last year. We are currently building a system to strengthen foundational reading, which Ms. McCulloch has been leading with our site staff, and have started researching evidence-based practices, evidence-based instructional frameworks to support instruction moving forward. This concludes our presentations. We look forward to answering your questions.
All right, thank you. I will first open it for any clarifying questions and I'll start with Adriana. All right, trustee Diaz.
Um, why do you think, or why do you know Castroville School has had a like jump like that? I mean, maybe you said it in the presentation, but
Speak more
Yeah.
about it. I'll start it and Ms. McCullough can enter. I'll start it by saying that the tier one team, the teacher leaders and the principal has a really keen eye on instruction and looking at data. So they'll look to see which students need what support, and they'll create the teams with the MTSS assistants and with our TOSAs to give small group student support where needed. What else might you want?
Yeah, and so similar, I mean, so adding on, because I think when you heard Prunedale talking about how they're running their interventions, Castroville had that in place last year. And so they were building that very targeted support. So we see that and we know that increased literacy affects mathematics also because they go hand in hand. And on the CAS, students have to first read the question before they can figure out what mathematics is needed to be able to answer. So I think that school-wide focus on literacy and then the goal setting across and really just working together as a team has helped them show this growth.
and you guys kind of get together like all the time, like the administrators and like tier, with each other and is this information like shared, like what they do at Cashflow or anything like that?
Yeah, so that's part of the MTSS collaboratives that we've been starting this year, and then also some of the principal director leadership team meetings. And that's one of our goals is to share strengths. So when we meet with the collaboratives, I meet and Sandra meets with our MTSS TOSAs. And we look at like right now we're designing the foundational reading. So we have a district system. So it's not site dependent. It's going to be, this is what we're doing at North Monterey County to support all of our students from the screening to the targeted interventions to who does what, to support students to be reading by third grade. So they're sharing ideas together and every single team and each TOSA comes with different strengths and we all learn from each other. And so part of that collaborative is very powerful because they're sharing ideas. And the same thing with our meeting with principals. We're building in time for them to share what's working at your site. What are you struggling with? How can we improve so we can work together and grow?
Trustee Diaz is really just about intentional collaboration, I'd say.
For sure.
Yeah.
I had a question, like, why don't we, or should we put a program in place scaffolding students to fluency, and why don't we routinely measure it?
With the fluency?
To fluency, yeah.
So that is part of the assessment that they're doing for the screening.
Okay.
So like Cheryl was talking about, so they're doing the multitudes and this was our first year. So we're learning a lot about what works and what we need to adjust. And then sites are doing either a core phonics or what's called a BPST. And so part of that is a fluency screener. And so depending on what grade level students are on, fluency is an area that some sites are definitely working on as part of their PDSA goals. Because different areas come up as needs on that. But yeah, that fluency is very important.
Thank you guys for this very informational presentation, guys. Thank you.
Trustee Reese.
You weren't here, Kimberly, but maybe it was a couple months ago when David and Gigi came to do a presentation on math fact fluency and phonics and what they were doing at Castroville. I think collaboration is great, but I believe what we've committed to as a district is to let the data lead our decisions. And clearly this data says they've figured out the secret sauce. So I think all ideas are important, but we want to focus and spend our time on ideas that are demonstrated to work. And the data doesn't lie, right? We can all agree that when you're looking at double digits and you're 12.5 in math and 10.7 when it comes to ELA, that clearly, shout out to Gigi, has defined what we need to be focusing on. Those are really inspirational numbers because those are students that are growing and are learning and we're preparing them to go to the next level. So I would definitely say that this data is really exciting and we need to amplify what she has demonstrated has worked. David's a big proponent of math fact fluency. And I think that's something really easy to implement. Certainly, you're the experts, but those numbers say they provide the impetus on what we should be doing. And so that would be my comment. So thank you. Thank you.
Mr. DeMarco.
You give some good answers, and I really appreciate it. It's very positive where we're going. I like numbers. But let's be honest, you guys are doing good work, because I want to acknowledge that. You guys are doing, I see the positivity. I even threw out to assistant soup of ed services. As I'm being here longer, I'm starting to realize how much is on your plate. I did not realize how much is on your role's position. It's very, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It's kind of, you know what it is? It takes my words away because I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's just a lot of work, and I'm just like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
So I really want to acknowledge what you have to do. And I know the programs you're doing are effective. And this is me giving a compliment towards Castroville, but doing the, going over standard deviations means Castroville is over 4 standard deviations higher than the rest of the elementary schools, which means that even though you did a working formula with everybody, but something happened here that shot it to such a high positive outlier that it's more than just the positive work that you guys are doing. Like, there's something that's going on there where we have to look at it, because it's not normal to have a double-digit growth. And I'm comparing that based on the numbers from this presentation to all the other elementary schools, because I feel very positive you're doing the same work at every school. So to have that huge of an increase at one site and not at the others, it begs the question: what happened? Did my program that we set up really was successful here and not successful here? I mean, there's a lot of things going on here, but I really hope that we do a deep dive now. I do believe in the presentation. I think it was almost a year ago. These are around Christmas, right? Before
I'm sure David knows.
Because David and Gigi did this, and
Yes, they did.
and he did, because Gigi
6 months ago, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite a year.
Okay, because she was one from TOSA to.
Yes, principal.
That just tells you how this time for me goes very slow and excruciatingly painful as a board member.
He doesn't.
They've been working on math fact fluency, where it's just basic math facts of memorization at a foundational level, where it doesn't matter if you're bilingual or not, or English only. 2 times 2 is going to be the same for no matter what English or different language you have. It's I'm really sold on it based on this data, because I know it was being done over there. So I'm hoping that you guys will do a deep dive of what, if GG did that there and the other schools did not, and if that was something extra added to it. We don't have the answer today. You're gonna have to do a deep dive.
We just started the conversation by asking her to prepare for this presentation. So beginning conversations, but to your point, we got to dig deeper, because even at Castroville, I'm curious, even by grade level, how that breakdown is, right? To see how it's going.
And also,
Yeah.
and I mean, it's fun to talk about math fact fluency for math, but her ELA English went up too. So I'm like, okay, we're having multiple. What is it? It's an outlier when you're over 2 standard deviations. So something special is going on there on the scoring wise. And like I said, I was running, believe it or not, I was running all formulas on my Excel sheet while you were talking. But yeah, something we got to do a deep dive in there and find out what's working, because if there's something we can add to the formula you're already doing and get these results across the district, that would be outstanding. And then my other question is, like, why? Actually, I got 2 more questions. Thank you guys for being patient with me. My thing is, I want to learn more, a deeper dive on why the secondary school sites scores were stagnant in math. And then we talked about the new framework and also the new math books for K through 5, but I've been very proponent. We need it also for the high school. The CPM does not work. I have personal experience with that. You're going to hear me talk about it all the time, but I want to get rid of the CPM and choose a book that can actually move the numbers or a curriculum. I'll pass it off to the next trustee.
Thank you.
Trustee Chavarria.
Okay, a lot of good questions, a lot of good dialogue. I just obviously reiterate, you know, it was great to see those high percentages. I mean, obviously, you know, we all are very excited about it. And I'm sure you guys are going to see how that collaboration can assist. One of the things that I was curious because you kept saying that the reclassification makes a big difference, you know, in some of these scores. And I know we made some changes, you know, in that area. So how is that working this year? Because we don't have the EL specialists that were kind of doing that. And I'm just wondering if you can kind of elaborate a little bit more on how that's going to work this year? Because I can't remember, is it the TOSAs? Is it, or I don't know who's overseeing that.
Yeah, it's the TOSAs. So they're working with Sandra Cuevas. And so they're going through, they're actually just starting right now, is we're going to be using Elevation to go through the data and start to look at who qualified for reclassification. So the TOSA job supports English learners and then also as an instructional coach and support for teacher teams. So it kind of encompasses both.
And is it like that at every single site?
Yes.
So it's duplicated that process.
But I would also add that Ms. McCulloch has been doing with the TOSAs, with Sandra Cuevas, and with the site teams, the MTSS, the ELSAs at the site levels, is that they're also working harder to do designated ELD, like leveled ELD. We're exploring different ways to make sure we're providing that language support to English learners, so more than we did last year. So we're pushing on that level, starting with sites who are ready to implement and then working to spread some of those practices as well.
Okay, great. The other question I had is, I can't remember that organization that we approved to come in and do tutoring.
AmeriCorps.
Yeah, did we implement that program?
I was just at Prunedale 2 days ago during learning walks, and as I was preparing for learning walks, there was AmeriCorps there, 3 college-age students, and they were preparing to go work with students in student groups. So yes, I've seen them. It's just started. It hasn't been going on and on for weeks and weeks on yet, but the work has started.
It's very recent that they started,
Like recent as?
like a week ago.
Oh, just a week
And I
ago.
guess I was lucky and I saw them in action there, but yes.
Okay.
So what's amazing up to your question, right? So because the board and Ms. Mendez said this, right? You invested in our classified staff to support. Every site's got 2 MTSS assistants or ELSAs at the elementary level. And now on top of that, the sites that have AmeriCorps is additional people who could do strategic small group support for intervention. And we really are banking that that's going to make a big difference to that level of support. So again, because the board has supported that level of support, I think it's going to make an impact.
Thank you.
And just to add on one more thing, because one of the questions was, are we all doing the same thing currently? And so that would be no. So what we saw coming in is, this was one of the first things I noticed, is that there was really strong systems for intervention in the sites. And so that's what we're working on with the TOSAs, is how can we make that systematic across all the district? So that is one of our big goals for this year, is to, by the end of the year, have a complete system that runs at every site for that reading and the reading fluency.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, Antonio, but for Castroville School, did all the groups increase? Students with disabilities, long-term English learners, all of them?
We didn't present that data by site, just the student groups for the whole school district. I had a similar question, so we can dig into that data, share it with Dr. Turkey to send it to the board members if you like. We don't have that data.
Because I would be interested to know if all of the groups actually increased in Castroville, or if it was.
We'll get that to you. I would say that because such a high percentage of students are English learners and Latino there. For disabilities, I couldn't speak to, but at least on the EL side, many students are, and they just as a school really increase. But like you, I'm curious to see what the breakdown would be, and we'd be happy to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, I think that would be important. I think my question would be, what is it that we're gonna do different? Because I've been here, this is my 3rd year as a board member, but I've been here as a parent for 20-something years. And I've always seen students with disabilities, long-term English learners, their scores are pretty low and they're always behind and are the group that it's constantly behind. What are we gonna do different to make sure that that starts to change?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of ideas and things that we're working on, right? So providing better designated ELD support is a huge one, and integrated support for our English learners. So that's work that we're lifting off the ground and getting going. And the last slide that I had when I talked about like next steps or looking ahead, I did mention an instructional framework. We're not at the point yet where we have defined as a school district what we mean by effective instruction for all students, for English learners or students with disabilities. And because we don't have a common language and system yet to do that, we're missing opportunities to do a better job of that. So we are starting the work of doing the research for those kind of frameworks. So we're doing multiple things at the same time that we feel strongly will converge to better teaching and more student learning for all kids.
So you're starting to do that, and when will you have an assessment of how we're progressing or not progressing with the stuff that we're trying?
I mean, we know the image that we had with the little satellite, the map data and street data. The way that we're going to keep measuring throughout the year, not waiting till like a year from now when we're doing this data again, a lot of it is going to be that iReady data. Some of the other assessments, like multitudes that we have for reading data, those data points are going to let us know how we're progressing throughout the year. If you recall from last year in iReady, students get like a growth goal to be had once they do the first 2 data points. So we're gonna share with y'all around winter time what those data points are. And so every kid's got a goal for growth. So we'll be able to measure those data points throughout the year. So that's a way by site, by student group to know who is progressing. And then the sites looking at their data to provide that support to those students. So those will be some of the ways that we'll be knowing if we're making progress. We're not waiting until next year's CAFS data to figure out how we're doing.
I would love for you all to bring more information on what you're gonna do specifically for those groups. Because again, those are the groups that I constantly see
Sure.
as not progressing and regressing. I've seen negatives, so
Yeah.
I wanna actually understand what are the tactics and what are we doing and I know you both are new, so I'm excited about that because new eyes can bring in new ideas, bring in new tactics, and bring in new things to try, but I really want to know what is our focus going to be to make sure those groups progress and we don't continue to see the same them as behind and every year we say the same thing. Those are the groups that are our focus points, but I don't see then if they're our focus points and have been our focus points for many years because they haven't progressed, what's going on? And that's why I would love to see the breakdown of Castroville to see if those groups also improve. So that, like they were saying, right, figure out how to duplicate that efforts in the other schools.
Thank you.
Those are my only clarifying questions. With that, I'm going to open it up to any public comment. And I'll welcome. I'll start public comment. Yeah. Pásele por acá. And David, you can go as well.
Le quería preguntar aquí al personal, ¿en qué se basan en la investigación? Porque, bueno, no conozco mucho de su diagrama que manifestaron aquí en la pantalla, pero sí es muy alto el índice que se mira de Castroville a Prunedale. Y luego de Prunedale. Okay.
Is it okay if he starts over?
Yep.
Okay. Digo que es muy grande la diferencia y en qué se basan sobre la investigación, porque de Castroville a Prunedale es una amplia diferencia. Y la otra es de que o no están trabajando en Elkhorn y en hecho vale porque nomás escucho Castroville y Prunedale. Entonces, yo soy padre de un hijo que recientemente se graduó de middle school de Castroville y francamente, pobremente, en matemáticas no tiene nada, ¿sí? Ahorita en high school yo tengo que trabajar después de salir de trabajar para incrementar su conocimiento en matemáticas. Y también tenemos el problema de que en Eco Vale también es la misma. O sea, no están aprendiendo absolutamente nada los niños. Entonces, yo me gustaría saber de ellos en qué es lo que le da esa razón de esa investigación, si se la dan los maestros o ellos personalmente lo están haciendo por su cuenta. Porque los números en Castroville, pues tendríamos que preguntarle a cada uno de los alumnos o traer aquí a los padres de familia para que así indagáramos más, porque es muy despegada la diferencia.
Gracias.
I wanted to ask why such a big difference between the results between Castroville and Prunedale, for example. It is a very big difference. And then what about Echo Valley? I have a son in middle school, and sadly, his math scores are very low while he was in the middle school. In high school, I work with him after I get off of work to help him get up to speed with math. But with Echo Valley, the same, there's no learning with mathematics. The interpreter needs to get a clarification. Dice que en qué se basa quién en esos resultados.
Sí, ellos. Sí, es
I want-
algo de los maestros o para la investigación de ellos.
I would like to know where the results of this report is coming from. Are they just basing it off of themselves? Is it information that they're getting from teachers? Would we need to ask the parents and the students themselves, or where do these results come from?
Muchas gracias.
Yeah.
So primeramente, gracias. Thank you. As I think he spoke a lot of the things that we're saying here. We need to uncover what's going on, but to answer his question, the data is coming from the state assessments. So it's not just reported from the teachers or from the school. So the state is giving us the results. And I love what he said. He talked about, again, that image about the street data. One of the things that the father also mentioned is that we can ask the teachers, we can ask the students, what is working for you? If we get the student group breakdown, say from Castroville, or also from Elkhorn for English, right? We had a 7% increase in Elkhorn for ELA. So there's an opportunity to ask questions and not assume why those scores got better. So I look forward to asking them directly some of those questions, talking to students, talking to the teachers directly as well.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
David.
First, let's acknowledge the hard work teachers and administration put in student achievement. So let's learn from the bright spots in the math data. What is most striking is Castroville Elementary. All other schools went down slightly, except Castroville went up 12 percentage points, or a 78% improvement. Congratulations to Gigi and her team on this huge accomplishment. Of course, there are many things occurring in parallel creating this improvement, including Gigi herself. One I will speak of is Castroville's emphasis on math fact fluency, meaning memorizing the multiplication tables. Gigi and I gave a board presentation on this topic, so we know she is laser focused on this skill. As mentioned then, she had me give a presentation of that topic and data to her teachers. So definitely ask Gigi what role a focus of math fact fluency played in Castroville's improvements. Now, district-wide, if grade level data were shown, which is available on the state site, you see that 5th grade is the grade with the highest percent proficiency. At Prunedale 5th grade, which did the best, Mrs. Phillips had math fact fluency as a major focus. At Castroville 5th grade, math fact fluency is a focus, and the Facts on Fire program worksheets were used. At Elkhorn 5th grade, the grade with the highest percent proficiency in that school, the class I volunteered in used the Facts on Fire program. The research on math fact fluency is abundantly clear. You can't critically think, problem solve, and apply knowledge if your limited working memory is occupied calculating simple math facts like 6 times 8 every time they come up. The district must understand the math education research, and this message must come from the top. When I speak with teachers, they all say that the students doing well in the class are the ones with math fact fluency. They all say that if the students left 3rd grade with their math facts memorized, as the state standards direct, the educational experience of the students and the teachers would be improved, quote, exponentially. Go ask the teachers. We had schools spend hours and hours implementing the iReady intervention, a potentially good resource, but most schools, disconcertingly, if anything, had proficiency go down. So you hit the same wall. You can't learn math without math fact fluency. It does not work. And it can't wait until 5th grade. Many students are lost already. Antonio mentioned disrupt and design systems. Let's see this district mean this and implement a program scaffolding all students to math fact fluency so the ones without this skill aren't left behind. Not providing this is inequitable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Zoom? All right, closing public comment, and I'll go to final comments, and I'll start with Adriana. All right, Trustee Diaz.
No.
Trustee Reese.
I just want to thank David for his math advocacy. I really appreciate your passion and your volunteering. I know it makes a big difference for the students that you work with, so thank you. I would just like to say, follow the evidence. You know, GG is very accessible. If we see that something's working, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's not analysis paralysis. I'll leave it in your good hands, but we expect results now that we can see they can be achieved. So thank you for your presentation.
Trustee DeMarco.
I'm excited. So I look forward to your follow up with giving us more information about the demographic groups. I'm just different. I like numbers. So I like to do all this basically it's one chance I get to use my college stuff is here. It's never applied anywhere else. So, but I like to just run the numbers through all my equations to see just different variances, different groups, different all those stuff. It just gives you doesn't give you an answer, but it gives you basically like a compass pointing in a direction of where I need to go. And it's just I'm excited to get that more information for you guys.
Trustee Chavarria.
No, I'm good. Lots of questions, great dialogue.
Right, and I'm just looking forward to actually seeing the breakdown and again, hearing how we're gonna move the needle in the groups that continue to be left behind. I'm looking forward to hearing more of how is it going and all the things that you're trying to make sure that we're not leaving behind again the same groups. So thank you so much for the work, and I'm excited as well for what's coming. So thank you. Oh,
Thank you, Justice.
all right, with that, I am gonna do a 2-minute recess. All right, if we can come back. Let's come back. All right, are we ready to resume? Let's go ahead and continue. Right now, I am gonna open for public comment on non-agenda matters, and I'll start with public here. Any public comment on non-agenda items? All right, Zoom. Okay, go ahead. Pásale. I'm gonna wait for Zoom and then I'm gonna do in person. Pásale acá.
¿Me escucha?
A ver, espéreme usted y deje que haga el Zoom primero. Let's go ahead with Zoom. Sí, déjanos.
Muy bien. ¿Puedo hablar ya?
Sí.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María. Estoy aquí para pedir justicia por el abuso que sufrió mi hijo en la escuela Castroville. Una maestra lo maltrató físicamente y emocionalmente. A raíz de esto, mi hijo está en terapia que tengo que pagar yo porque el distrito no me ha dado la ayuda que necesita. Mi hijo sufre de ataques de ansiedad, pesadillas nocturnas y tiene miedo a ir a la escuela. A su corta edad ya le tiene miedo a los adultos y no siente que es un lugar seguro. Como madre me duele profundamente ver cómo la confianza y la alegría de mi hijo fueron destruidos por alguien que debería protegerlo. Además, mi hijo y mi familia seguimos pagando los platos rotos. En lugar de recibir apoyo, parece que estamos siendo castigados por pedir ayuda para mi hijo para que pueda superar esta experiencia horrible. También quiero decir que otros padres me han compartido que sus hijos han pasado por abusos similares como con la misma maestra. Lamentablemente, muchos de estos padres no se animan a hablar por miedo. Les pido que tomen acción, que investiguen a fondo y que garanticen que ningún otro niño pase por lo mismo. Los niños van a la escuela a aprender y a sentirse seguros, no a ser maltratados. Gracias.
Gracias. Interpreter.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria, and I'm here to ask for justice for the mistreatment and emotional abuse of my son. Because of that, my son is currently attending therapy, and he's afraid to attend school and also afraid of adults. As a mother, this has been a great deal of heartbreak, and it feels like we're being punished as we have shared this information in the past. Other parents have shared this type of abuse, but they do not speak up due to retaliation and because they're afraid to speak up. Students attend school to learn not to be mistreated or abused.
Thank you.
Can you clarify what school?
She said Castro.
Castroville.
¿En qué escuela, señora?
She said Castro.
Castroville.
Okay, Castroville.
Okay. All right. Gracias.
Hello. Adriana.
Esto es uno de los casos que pasan porque hay maestros hay miembros en las escuelas que ya no permiten hacer los comités de padres. Simplemente ellos escogen a quienes quieren como comité de padres para ellos manipular todo el tiempo. Esto ya se viene viendo de tiempo pasado. Ah, yo lo he vivido en carne propia. Igual la señora lo que estaba comentando. Hay miembros de las escuelas que pues ya no se les puede decir nada. El año pasado a mi hijo me lo mandaban hecho del baño. Tengo fotos. Fui a hablar con el personal y pues ya no me vieron con buenos ojos. Eh, como era también en la escuela de Covale, yo fui nombrado para ser presidente del comité de padres, pero de buenas a primeras, me dicen que había otro candidato. Cuando, cuando me nominaron a mi persona, no había absolutamente nada. Pero como manifesté algunas cosas que no estaban bien, encontraron un sustituto. Yo tuve 2 días en la escuela buscando votos y apoyando a los padres de familias que votaron por mí en la aplicación de Talking. Hay muchos padres de familia que no saben leer, que no saben escribir, mucho menos saben usar la tecnología. Hablé con el director, hablé con la subdirectora, con la secretaria y no me pudieron ayudar. En la Ecovale, actualmente el personal de la oficina tiene, tiene el papel de presidenta, vicepresidenta, secretario en el comité de padres. Yo no estoy de acuerdo que el mismo personal esté dirigiendo las juntas de padres de familia. Creo que no es válido porque pues no se hace, creo que no tienen abogacía hacia nosotros como padres, sino que lo que miran de adentro y los que les pueda perjudicar para hacer gestiones como padre, no lo están haciendo adecuadamente. Sí. Entonces, me gustaría que hicieran una investigación y sí me gustaría que removieran a esas personas y que se hiciera la votación, no nomás con mi persona, sino que se eligieran a personas que quisieran contribuir para la escuela y para nuestros hijos. Sí, gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
This is one of the cases that I would like to mention. There are teachers that do not allow to have the parent involved in the community. So the teachers can to have the parent involved in the committee. So teachers can manipulate. Last year, my son would have urine accidents, he would have pee accidents. I was able to inform the teachers and they did not help. They just gave me an evil lie. In the past, I was nominated as representative of parent committee. But because I have brought items to their attention that maybe they didn't agree with, I was substituted and they did not take me as a representative of the parent committee. As you know, many of the parents lack literacy, lack of technology. And I do not agree that they're in the office, the district of, or the office of the school, they have the role of president, vice president. I do not agree that the personnel is in charge of that type of committee. It jeopardizes the parents. And I would like you to further investigate what's going on and to see what we can do to represent the parents in the parent committee.
Thank you. Any other public comment on non-agenda items?
Hi, everyone.
A ver, espere que venga la intérprete
Sí.
porque luego la perdemos.
Sí, sí. Buenas noches, solo quiero hacer un comentario. Necesitamos que nuestros niños sean respetados, que se proteja su bienestar. Queremos personal con verdadera vocación, que amen su trabajo y se preocupen por los alumnos. No queremos personas que solo van a la escuela a cobrar su cheque sin cumplir con su responsabilidad y su profesionalismo. Eh, am, am, de educar y cuidar con su empatía. Los niños merecen un ambiente donde se les trate con seguridad, cariño y respeto. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening. I'd like to make a comment. We need for our children to be protected, that their well-being be protected. We need staff that loves their jobs and love our children, not just people who are there to collect a paycheck. We need our children to be treated with empathy, with kindness. For people to love their job and that our children feel safe and cared for.
Thank you. Any other public comment here? Nuestro intérprete.
Ahora sí no va a haber descanso.
Adelante. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Antonia, yo creo que muchos ya me conocen. Yo vine a abogar por los padres que tienen a sus hijos y están teniendo abusos. Ellos no me platicaron, pero yo escucho, porque yo, como les dije el año pasado, yo ya he recorrido en todas las escuelas. Aunque a mí nadie me va a venir a contar qué es lo que está sucediendo en las escuelas. He visto, y hay muchos padres que son de Oaxaca, son mis paisanos. Algunos no saben hablar español, no se saben defender. Y hasta yo he escuchado que la maestra dice, no le digas al resto de las personas, porque si no, hasta yo mismo te puedo aventar la emigración. ¿Qué está sucediendo? ¿Por qué nos vamos a echar tierra de uno a los otros? Estamos para apoyar, no para estar haciendo un desmadre en este Estados Unidos. Todos venimos por una necesidad. Nadie viene por gusto. Yo no vengo porque a mí me gusta estar aquí. Yo vine porque yo quiero que mis hijos sean mejor que yo. Yo vine. Soy amante de un policía, soy amante de los bomberos, soy porque me gusta, me encanta. Ellos arriesgan su vida por todos nosotros. Pero tampoco puedo decirle a mis hijos, oh, a mí me gustan los policías, hijo, me fascinan verlos, cómo van y apagan un incendio, cómo van y rescatan a la gente. Yo quiero que tú seas policía. No, ellos van a hacer lo que ellos quieran. A transcurso del año, ellos van a estudiar lo que ellos decidan y quieran ser. Pero no por eso tampoco voy a dejar que un hijo sea maltratado en las escuelas. Ahorita mis hijos, gracias a Dios, ellos están en una buena escuela. Ahorita mire los niveles que están mostrando. En la escuela de mis niños es un nivel chiquito, pero mis hijos, yo siento que mis hijos son adorados en esta escuela. Llegué en el 2016, hasta ahorita no he tenido quejas de ninguna maestra. Gracias a la maestra de mi hijo que se llama Nathan Martínez, él tiene una buena maestra ahorita. Si mi hijo va y dice, o mi hijo hace algo, la maestra luego se comunica conmigo. Yo estoy en mi trabajo, testeo con ella. No me van a creer, pero yo ando cortando mis flores y volteo. Si tengo un patrón encargado o alguien que me mire, yo estoy. Y veo que no hay nadie. Ok, gracias por avisarme. La maestra va a ir a un paseo con mi hijo, me manda fotos Dígame, ¿cuándo de ustedes han tenido una maestra que sea responsable con sus hijos? Somos dos. Entonces, yo siempre le he dicho, tengo un hijo de 18 años, le dije, tú vas a ser, si quieres ser un trabajador, ok, pero agarra un trabajo que a ti te guste. No vayas a estorbar en un lugar donde no les vas a ayudar a tu patrón. Ok, si tú vas a ser maestra, pero hazlo porque te guste. No vayas por un sueldo alto y estés allí soportando a los niños. O que este niño es enfadoso, este niño. Otra cosa también, he visto que entre los niños dicen, oh, tú eres pobre porque vienes con un zapato roto, vienes con una sudadera rota. Entonces, yo de favor les vine a pedir a ustedes que nos escuchen. Todo debemos ser escuchados. Una de las mamás me dijo, yo tengo miedo a hablar. ¿Qué voy a hacer? No, ella me hablaron varios papás. No voy a mencionar quiénes. ¿Por qué? Porque soy mujer. A pesar de mi tamaño, me gusta ser reservada. No tuve estudio, pero gracias a mis hijos yo aprendí a defenderme. Yo fui pisoteada por mucha gente, pero es como dice la canción, gracias a esa tierra que ellos me aventaron, yo con eso construí mi casa y mi hogar. Entonces yo a nombre de todos los padres que ahorita sus hijos están sufriendo, yo les pido que nos escuchen por favor, y se los estoy pidiendo de una buena manera como la madre de 4 hijos que tengo. Yo soy madre y padre y no me da vergüenza decirlo. Y yo siempre me van a ver aquí abogando por los demás padres. Ahorita mis hijos no lo están sufriendo, pero al rato, ¿qué tal si uno de mis hijos sufre en esa situación? Obvio que voy a ir a buscar ayuda.
Gracias.
Claro que sí.
Good evening. My name is Antonia. Many of you already know me here. I am here on behalf of other parents who are suffering abuses here in this district. Just like me, these parents are from Oaxaca. Some of them don't speak Spanish and they are not able to come and raise their voice. Some of them are fearful, but they have told me, sometimes I'm communicating things to them and I've even been told by some staff, hey, don't tell them what's being said. And they've even said things like, hey, we can call immigration on you. So I don't think that's okay. We are here to support each other. Those of us who are here, we're not here because we like it here more than in our country. We are here out of necessity and we are not here to cause any trouble. We are here to work. I personally love police. I love firefighters. They're heroes. I think they do great work, but that wouldn't be a reason for me to tell my son, hey, become a firefighter. I've always told him, do whatever you love to do. Do whatever you decide to do because you should love your job. Now as to my own experience and my children, I've been here since 2006 and my children are loved. My children are treated well. I don't have any personal complaints. My son, Nathan Martinez, has a great teacher who communicates with me. She texts me. I'm sometimes cutting flowers at my job. She'll tell me if he's misbehaving or if he's behaving well. I will respond to her quickly by text. Thank you. How many of you have that type of teacher that's a good teacher that communicates? Somebody raised his hand. She said that's 2 of us. I have an 18-year-old and I've told him, you need to do the work that you love to do. Don't find a job that you're just there because they pay you well or you're there to collect a paycheck. You need to do the type of work that you love to do. Another thing I've observed is bullying amongst children. Kids getting bullied because their shoes are torn or because their clothing is torn. So I'm here to be heard. I'm not afraid to speak despite my size and stature. I'm here to speak up despite the dirt that's being thrown at us, because I've gone through that before, and that dirt that's flung at me, I've used it to build my house. And I'm here to ask you kindly to please listen. And I ask as a mother of 4 who has been both a mother and a father to my 4 children. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment in Zoom? Yep.
Buenas noches, ¿sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Bueno, mi nombre es Marilu, como ya anteriormente asistido a estas juntas. Para mí ahorita es indignante escuchar, la verdad, esto que están sucediendo ahorita en esta escuela, principalmente en la escuela de Castroville. Por una persona que trabaja ahí me comentó que ella fue testigo de lo que está pasando con la maestra. Por guardar su anonimato, no voy a decir su nombre, pero la verdad, hasta dónde tenemos que llegar para darnos cuenta de lo que está pasando. Pienso que hay personal que ya sabe de esto, no sé por qué lo están ocultando. Realmente me gustaría que tomaran cartas en el asunto. Yo como madre, realmente es algo impresionante, no quería que esto me estuviera pasando a mí, abusar de una persona que no puede defender. Realmente yo quisiera que hicieran algo. Sería todo. Gracias.
Yes.
Gracias. My name is Marilu, and it is so disheartening to hear this. And I'm hearing that it's happening specifically at Castroville School. I heard it from a mother who witnessed this. The person who is treating parents this way is a teacher. And well, I won't say the name, but I imagine that you already know what's going on and who this is regarding and what is happening. And I plead for you to take action. As a mother, I would prefer to have this happen to me instead, because I'm someone who can actually defend myself.
Thank you. Any other Zoom public comment? All right, closing public comment.
I have a comment, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I think this is the most important public comment which we've had for a little while. And I'd like to address some of the comments which were made. In terms of abuse, that is not something which we're going to stand for. Abuse of students, abuse of parents, that is not something we're going to stand for. In terms of saying that we would call ICE or immigration, that is not something we are going to stand for. Thank you for coming to public comment this evening. We stand with you. We stand with your students. We will do everything to support you and to support your students. Please, please, please come and talk to us. We will work with you to solve these problems. This is not something which we will put up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right, I'm going to close public comment and I'll address it during my board report. And I'll start with our board report and I'll start with our student representative.
So at the high school, I believe 2 weeks ago, we had our homecoming week, our big Condors Go Global. Just some highlights of the week. Tuesday was our assemblies where all of our homecoming candidates performed a skit in front of their grade levels. Wednesday, we had our food booths where all of our some of our clubs came to the front lawn and sold their food. Thursday was our bonfire on the bayou. I know some of you attended and I thank you for your attendance. I hope you enjoyed it. We had our food booths. We had a couple food trucks there. We had our announcing of our incoming royalty for our underclassmen. We had fireworks, but not put on by us, but thank you to whoever was doing that in Castroville. We appreciated it. We had our bonfire, our actual bonfire, and we had s'mores there from one of our clubs, so that was a highlight. And then Friday we had the football game and then announcement of our senior royalty. And then we also earlier in the day had a parade with the fire truck and band. I believe Raices was there. And yeah, that was our week and some pictures from the week there. As far as on campus, on the top we have cross country. They're actually doing extremely well lately, so I wanted to give them a little shout out. One of our dress up days recently was a breast cancer awareness day where everybody wore pink. We also have in October a book drive, so this is an invitation to anybody that would like to donate some books. It's all through October, and every book donation gets a sweet treat. So, and then we have girls golf and our volleyball spirit game happened recently. So coming up for our fall sports, cross country actually traveled to Mount Sac today and is racing tomorrow. Our football team, our flag football team on Tuesday won against North Salinas 56-0. And today they played Pajaro Valley, and volleyball actually also played North Salinas and won 3-1. And they also played Pajaro Valley today. For football had a game last Friday at Watsonville and have a game on Saturday, this Saturday, against St. Francis. And then senior nights / events. So our senior nights are coming up, I believe, in the next 2 weeks. All of them will be taking place for all of our sports. And our senior events, our first senior event is going to be our senior dinner dance, which is next Saturday. And I wanted to give an update that ASB has concluded that the leftover spots by, I believe, tomorrow, any leftover spots will be offered to our alternative school students. So our book drive also, just again, if anybody would like to donate, we're happy to take any books. And today is actually the 47th birthday of North Monterey County High School. So happy birthday, North County.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Trustee Diaz,
No report today.
Trustee Reese,
Neither.
Trustee DeMarco.
Yeah, it'll just be a brief report. I was luckily fortunate enough to attend a couple site visits last week with Dr. Turkey, our president, Goza, and also accompanied with Dr. Deneen Gus from Monterey County Office of Education, and by Dr. Ralph. What's Ralph's last name?
Flores.
Flores. And visited Echo Valley and Elkhorn. It was a really touching moment to go see those schools, to see, starting from where I started at the board to where I am now, to see the improvement. I know we always have room for improvement. I know we want to go further, but there was visible improvement I could see in both locations. Echo Valley was to see the engagement from the children was I saw much more engagement now than I did about from a year and a half ago. And it seemed to be a constant theme in every classroom that we just randomly chose. And to see students who might have had one group that were we were told they were a little bit more when they came in had some behavioral issues, to be engaging and doing learning math by studying art. It's very new to me because I have no creativity or any style. So, but to see that being taught at such a young age was very, very exciting. And then also going to, I guess we're seeing this here. I don't know what, going to Elkhorn, the SPED Ed program. I just love visiting Elkhorn here, SPED Ed. It blew me away because I'm seeing the advancements in the SPED program there. But how many students were in the first classroom we visited? It was about almost 10, right? Nonverbal students on the spectrum, and they were all communicating by using what we're gonna learn a little bit. Yeah, it completely, well, one classroom didn't have that. They had a stick, the little hand pointer on the end.
That was the older kids.
And I would not lie, I was jealous. I wanted that stick. But they were communicating, it blew me away. It's just, what grades are, how old were they?
They were the second grade. They were the older kids.
Were they?
Yeah.
They're all little too, but it just, you know that they don't communicate. They're learning to communicate, which means that they're going to go home and being able to communicate with their parents and their siblings. They're learning something in our district to help them bridge a gap even at home. It's not just about school, it's just how living life and surviving. And then we went to another SPED classroom where we got to see the nifty TV screens that we voted on. And just how how all these SPED kids who are still in a different classroom, nonverbal, using a TV with touchscreen and letting us know what they're thinking and saying. It was a very touching moment. And like I said, it was just fun to walk there with everybody. It was fun talking to the county, seeing them work with Dr. Turkey. It was very inspiring to see all three of you guys collaborating, hearing you guys talk. It doesn't take a genius to know that we have the right man at the helm. And there's just a lot of knowledge there, a lot of power there to see how pointing us on what was going well and where we can keep going further. So it was a really great visit. It's probably one of the few visits I've been blown away by.
Thank you. Trustee Chavarria.
I don't have any reports, but I do want to take this time to just thank the parents that came tonight. I just feel that's so important when we hear their voices. So just many blessings. What do we need?
All right. I also went to the visit and it was awesome. But I also want to take a moment to thank the parents for coming and bringing information. And also to let you know that we have zero tolerance for comments such as that they're going to call immigration. That's zero tolerance. Please report it. We're here. We'll listen. No staff of our district should ever say that they're going to report any of our parents or our students to any immigration enforcement. We welcome all of our parents, all of our students. You all are welcome, and please don't wait. Report it immediately. You'll have my information. You can contact me if you don't want to contact the district, but you also have a great leader who is willing to listen and is willing to put a stop to it. So please don't hesitate to report it, and don't hesitate and don't be afraid, because this is not a district where we're going to report anyone for reporting something that is wrong, especially something that it's so crucial right now. We don't want our students to be fearful. We don't want our parents to be fearful. This is a welcoming district, and we have said it many times that we have zero tolerance for that type of behavior. And I want to continue to hear from the parents and hear from all of you of all the things that are happening. And we also have zero tolerance for any abuse of our children or anything that happens. And we'll make sure that the district is looking into all those comments that were made today to figure out what's going on and take it serious, because it's a very serious thing. And thank you, Matt, for addressing that, because I was planning to address it during my board report, but I appreciate you standing up and saying this is zero tolerance as the head of the district. I appreciate that, other superintendent, because that says all of our students are welcome here and all of our families are welcome here. So thank you. With that, I'll open it to your report, Matt.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what our board president has said, everybody is welcome. There is zero tolerance for abuse against anybody. Please come talk to us. We'll work with you. We need to work together. And thank you again. Okay, I'm going to go to my superintendent report. And if we'll go to the next page, please. So we were visited by, as you say, Monterey County Office of Education. So the superintendent and deputy superintendent came to visit, and we were accompanied obviously by our president and vice president of the board. We went to go visit Echo Valley and Elkhorn. It was a pretty wonderful visit. We saw lots of cool things which were happening in both schools, and yeah, it was a real treat actually to go around and talk education with folks. And yeah, we had a blast. Next slide, please. Okay, so the last dinner with the superintendent, for those who came, you enjoyed some gummy bear treats, as well as your superintendent here putting on a math lesson. And we learned all about gummy bears, regular size gummy bears, and jumbo size gummy bears. And we had a fun math lesson. We talked about the kind of shifts which we see in education in math from when we went to school to what math should look like now. And what math should look like now is students working together, asking each other questions, trying to figure things out, right? Seeing the beauty in math and really kind of like, investigating things, asking questions, it being engaging and it being fun. That's what math should be like, engaging and fun. And so folks there did have an engaging, fun time. And in fact, the little girl down there, who's just down there in the little pink zip up there, just by the way, she does want to be a superintendent when she grows up. Okay. But yeah, it was a really nice evening. The next next slide, please. The next dinner with the superintendent, we're actually carrying on the math discussion. Okay, so we're going to continue talking about math, specifically the math adoption, which is going to be carried out here starting in November, December. The state are coming out with their approved list of curriculum materials, I believe, in late November. And so we're going to be starting off this process. And during this community meeting, we are going to be asking the community to give us input on the rubric, which we will be using to evaluate those teaching materials. Okay, so any members of the public who'd like to have input on what rubric which we're using for the math adoption, and they want to hear all about the math adoption, please come to the next dinner with the superintendent. It is on November the 12th from 5:30 to 7:30 here in the media school, in the media center upstairs. Next slide, please. Okay, our staff health and wellness resource fair is coming up on Monday, November the 3rd, here at the high school from 3 to 7 p.m. So calling all employees, our staff health and wellness resource fair, please come along and you'll be able to learn a lot and sign up for a lot of things. And next slide, please. Okay, so it was recently School Administrators Week, and we're going to listen to this week's Turkey Talk.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome to this week's episode of Turkey Talk. Es la semana de los directores de las escuelas. Viene conmigo y visitar a todas las escuelas para saludar y celebrar la gente que trabaja durísimo cada día por todos los estudiantes.
Well, good morning, Gigi.
He's in here. Let's go visit him. Buenos dias.
Why, hello, Miss Harvey.
Celebrate you and to thank you. Okay, because it is School Administrators Week.
I also have a question for you. Okay, what is the most fulfilling thing about your job?
I would say seeing the smiling faces on kids. They're always just so excited to see us and love coming to school. And so getting to see those smiles and the big hugs, best part.
I think just being able to be here and lead a team whose main goal and collective goal is to be here for our students and make North County a better place. It's really meaningful to be able to be a part of that.
Beat that, Principal Danny Grimmer.
I think it really is seeing the joy that we see from our staff, from our students, and the growth. So being able to be a part of that and seeing people like saying that the middle school is where I want to be.
¿Cuál es la cosa más significada para usted en su trabajo?
Pienso que los niños están seguros y alegres.
Trabajo con los estudiantes directamente, apoyándoles en cuanto podamos allí en el Centro de Estudio Independiente.
I think being able to work hand in hand with the kids and the parents in the community for their achievement. Absolutely.
I think it's the joy that I get from our team and all the people that are in it to bring all this great stuff for students.
I really enjoy the daily interactions with students. I also enjoy interacting with our parents and our staff.
Sería apoyar a los maestros, los padres y los estudiantes. El apoyo que les traigo diariamente.
I think for me, just being able to work in a place where we can provide access for students to achieve the things that they want to do in life, and after high school.
Thank you. And yeah, and that's giving it up to our school administrators. It's also an excuse for me to go visit each of the schools and give away some succulents. So that's always a treat. And next slide, please. So today's spotlight is actually going on to our captain class team over at Elkhorn Elementary, which is our STC class for our students with autism. And the teacher there is Tiffany Thompson, and supported by paraprofessionals, Cristal Cruz Pacheco and Laura Lustre. The professionalism, dedication, the implementation of best practices, and loving kids and loving what they do, this is what you find in this classroom. It is pretty amazing when, if you'd asked me a year ago, Matt, what do we do with, kids who are on the autism spectrum, who are nonverbal? I'd be like, oh my goodness, I don't know. Okay, but now I do. And seeing those professionals at work is really heartwarming. And so I would like to give it up to Tiffany, Cristal, and Laura. Thank you. And that's it for the superintendent report.
Thank you, Matt. I will continue with our classified school employee. Anyone? All right. Teachers Federation. All right, moving on to our discussion items. And the first one is item number 5, which is approve classify employees as submitted. Curtis, welcome.
Hello, good evening. So in front of you, you have the classified board report. There was a change to that. There was a mistake on a last name, and that would have been under classified unrepresented new hires for executive assistant confidential for education services for the district office. It was previously listed online as Mariana Rivera. It should be Mariana Ramirez, and each of the board members have a corrected copy in front of them, as do the public on the table out front. I wasn't sure if there's any other questions on this report.
Yes, thank you. I will open up for any clarifying questions from the board first. Adriana. Trustee Diaz.
Yes, specifically on educational services district office and public information officer district office, can we get a details rationale about both of them?
Absolutely. So the one that we previously just mentioned, the executive assistant confidential for education services district office, is a replacement position for an employee who left us about 3 weeks ago from that position. So it was a vacated empty position, which we did a full recruitment for and landed on this applicant, who was our successful candidate going through the process. Any other specific questions on that one before I move on to the other?
And who is the executive assistant? Is that?
That is for Antonio Garcia.
Okay. And is there any change in salary?
No, it's under the same salary schedule as a previous employee.
And is there any other executive assistants with educational services?
There is an administrative 3 under the director of teaching and learning.
Okay, and or the public information officer, the rationale and details?
Absolutely. So the public information officer is a position that's been in existence for quite some time in this district, but has not been filled. Previously, what we have had as of up until this date is a media and communications communication specialist. And that actually was filled by Rebecca Armbruster, who's here. The need, that position itself was a 195-day calendar position on the classified salary schedule. And what we found as a district is the need to have an increased days and also the need for a confidential employee to handle the situations that come up on a somewhat regular basis, and especially at odd times throughout the day. Oftentimes we will have the need for a communication specialist in the evening, an event such as we've had several events take place over in our community over times of break in the evenings. And the previous position, while always helpful, she wasn't required to be available to us. So oftentimes districts need a confidential employee that will help with negotiations and also sensitive information throughout the year instead of just down to a 195 school year. So this position is a 247-day employee. It's an addition of 52 days. And we will not be backfilling the previous position of the media, film and media communication specialist. We ran a full interview or recruitment for this position. Ms. Armbruster was the successful candidate in this case. And happy to answer any other questions.
And the salary on that?
The salary is a different salary schedule. It goes under the confidential salary schedule. I believe it is a 2, which is the third. It's in line with the executive assistants for human resources as well as the executive assistant for education services. And so it ranges from, and I'm going to take a stab in the dark here, from $73,000 up to $90,000. If I am to do a per diem per day daily rate on this, it actually equates to about a gross of $17 a day increase for this employee.
And that'll be it.
Right. Trustee Reese.
From 195 to 247 days for the public information officer. Will they be covering events during the summer? Is that the identified need?
So the 247 each year that, and this is the same for all employees within the same confidential range. The longer they work for us, the more days of vacation they also get. So the 247 will minus a few days of paid vacation times, as many of the people in the same realm get. But yes, they will be helping communicate out to the parents prior to school starting, after school ends, throughout the summer, all communications that happen throughout the entire school year, including emergencies, including anything that comes up. But yes, a lot of the communication needs happen well before the school year starts. And so there was a huge need to increase the time. And the previous position of the media comm specialist, we were having to have that position come in over the summer and pay extra anyways.
So when was the last time this public information officer position was filled?
That is a really good question, and I do not know prior to me being here. So I would have to research that for you and get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, if it's been vacant and it's been vacant for a long amount of time, why do we need it? Why do we need it now?
Right.
Also, most communications I see are coming directly from the site principal.
Right.
So is the plan to have the public information officer take over those responsibilities or assist with communication? That's a little bit unclear for me.
So 2 things with to respond to the previous one. Last year, we actually had 2 communications people in the office. There was a the media communication specialist, and I'm trying to remember the second name of the person, the second name of the position. So we actually have 2 in that department, and one was reduced when we went through our March 15th layoffs down to 1 position, which we are still maintaining 1 at this point, or the ask is. The second part of that is our communications person does assist sites with it. So oftentimes somebody needs help with the messaging that's going out. They reach out to our media person and assist with the messaging that's going out. The position was instrumental in looking over our communications applications that go out. And we just recently brought on talking points. They were a major part of bringing that on and looking for the best way to communicate out with our public.
Okay, and who was on the interview panel and then how many candidates were there?
We had a total of 3 candidates. Only one passed the screening with the necessary background.
And the interview panel,
The interview panel consisted of myself.
it was just you?
It was just me. We had
Is-
one candidate.
Okay.
Yes.
It's just you. Is that normal practice to just have you?
When we have
making
one candidate,
decisions?
yes, it's oftentimes we will run the interview and we move forward with the candidate.
Okay, is that in compliance with our policies?
We don't have policies that dictate the exact number of people that have to be on the panel for especially a confidential position. When we have a management position, there are, the CBAs do call for specific people to be on the panel.
Okay, and then for the executive assistant confidential, this is an existing position, not an
That
add.
was an existing position, correct?
An existing position added this year or an existing position that's been added?
I believe it was added during the summer or at the end of last year. I'd have to. It was May, I believe,
Okay,
of last school year.
it was approved by the board, I'm assuming.
It was.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Trustee DeMarco.
One question.
Trustee Chavarria.
No question.
No questions on my end. I'll open it for public comment.
For the interest of time, I just want to quickly speak. My name is Megan Dukes. And I just want to speak twofold. One, on my agreement for the addition for this position of the public information officer, not addition, but in replacement of the old position. And then 2, just on the quality of work from Rebecca Armbruster. This change is not just deserved, but it's necessary. Since the department was reduced to 1 person, the workload was not decreased. And Rebecca continues to manage every aspect of the district communication with professionalism and care. A public information officer serves as a bridge between the district and the community, managing crisis communication, media relations, press releases, public records, and ensuring all messaging is authentic, accurate, and transparent to all members of the community. These are big things that the community has asked for many, many years, and I think it's being finally addressed with authenticity and transparency. Rebecca handles those responsibilities every day. As an administrator, I rely on her for quick, thoughtful support to communicate clearly with families and staff. And as a parent in the district, I see her work firsthand through timely updates about meetings, emergencies, and district events. I believe Rebecca is an essential part of our district's commitment to open, transparent communication. So let's make sure that the title and the compensation reflect the reality of the important work that's being done.
Thank you. Any other public comment? And this. Pásale. Can we have an interpreter? Espérame, deja que venga la intérprete.
Ay, ya voy a aprender inglés, van a ver.
Necesario. Por eso tenemos intérpretes.
Sí. Yo a ella, se me olvida su nombre. Mi niña anda en la Mary School y ella lo que acaba de decir ahorita sí tiene razón, porque cualquier cosa, de volada nosotros agarramos información. O a veces mi niña, antes se quedaba dormida y entonces no alcanzaba a agarrar el bus y ya de volada se comunicaban conmigo. Y entonces eso para mí es importante. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos se preocupan por mi hija y se preocupan que la estudiante esté en la escuela. ¿Eso qué quiere decir y qué significa? Entre Castroville y la Mary School es porque esa escuela sí está poniendo de su empeño y Castroville no está poniendo de su empeño. Entonces ahí se nota la diferencia. Entonces yo le pido un fuerte aplauso por ello porque sí están haciendo su trabajo como debe de ser.
Gracias, Anthony.
This is regarding the comment that was just made, and I'm sorry I forget your name, but I agree with what she said, the communication. I have a daughter at the middle school, and anything that happens with her, they communicate immediately. She has fallen asleep sometimes and missed the bus, and they immediately call me, and that is important. That is what needs to be done. There's a difference. There's a big difference between what happens at Castroville and the middle school. And you can see the difference because the middle school is doing things the way they should.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Zoom? All right, closing public comment, and I'll open it to final comments from the board, and I'll start with Adriana. Trustee Diaz.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what I've said for 3 years, about, spending, a lot of money, on, more help and for the district office and stuff, but like, we just said that we had, not a lot of money in our facilities, classrooms, grounds, and schools are in dire need of maintenance and repair. This is where the bulk of our reserve needs to be spent. Hole in the roof of the middle school gym, auto, wood shop, wellness center, water tank at the high school, HVAC, sewage at Elkhorn and Echo, fire suppression unit, and repairs. This board keeps, approving different, positions that were already being done previously, basically. So I definitely want a separate vote just on PIO, and I would move to approve all the other ones. And it's not one motion, it's two, or I don't know, just I want a separate vote on the PIO. And the rest, I'll move to approve those.
Trustee Reese.
I just want to emphasize it's really not about the individuals. It's about the process and position control and understanding that we are in a deficit. So I think we have to be very careful about expenditures and positions that we approve. That's my only comment.
Right. Trustee DeMarco.
No comment.
Trustee Chavarria.
It's important to know that these are existing positions. They're not new positions. So that's helpful, with our budget. So I understand with our budget, maybe the new positions, we should really be questioning, moving forward. But I just want to say that I'm glad you clarified that these are existing positions. And so I feel that's important.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Just clarify a little bit. So when I say existing position, so there is a position that handles communications right now. It's called a film and media communication specialist. The PIO, while in existence as a job description, has been existed and was approved by the board at some point along our history, but it has remained, that has not been put into use. So what is happening right now is this position for approval tonight would replace the film and media communication specialist position. So it's a 1-for-1.
Right.
Right, correct. So there's not an additional position coming on in addition to another existing.
We're not backfilling the multimedia.
We are not. This would be a full-on replacement.
Okay.
All right. I don't have any comments. Rick, Trustee Diaz made a motion to approve with the amendment of removing which ones?
Public information officer, just in a separate vote, because I know the other ones will pass and I'm probably.
Public Information Officer and Educational Services. Are those the two?
No, everything except PIO.
All right, so the motion from Trustee Diaz is to approve all with except Public Information Officer.
But to have still a separate vote. I don't want to just say, and then everyone vote on that, what you just said, and then it's gonna say no, and then someone's gonna have to re-motion it. I wanna.
Two separate motions. Yes.
A separate vote, basically, separate vote, PIO after the rest of them.
All right, so just to clarify, your motion is to approve all except the Public Information Officer and have a second vote for a Public Information Officer.
Correct.
That's a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, I'll do roll call for that. I'll go with our preferential vote.
Aye.
Trustee Diaz?
Aye.
Trustee Reese? Trustee DeMarco?
Nay.
Trustee Chavarria?
No.
And no for myself, so motion does not pass. So is there this is a motion item to approve? Do I have a motion to approve as is?
I motion to approve.
Do I have a
Okay.
second? All right, I'll go through roll call again. Adriana?
Aye.
Trustee Diaz?
No.
Trustee Reese?
No.
Trustee DeMarco?
Yeah.
Trustee Chavarria?
Yes.
And yes, for myself, 3-2. Motion carries. All right, moving on to the next item. Adopt bylaw on 9005 governance standard. And I'll try my best to explain this one with the help of Matt and the help of Angela, with both were at the policy committee. And we wanted to bring this one to the public and not have it as a consent item because it's a very important update for board policy. And I'll go over some of the updates from the old policy to the new policy. The section 1, the purpose of governance. The old policy just recognizes its responsibility to represent the public. It changes to saying that the board, governing board is expected itself to act in the best interests of all students. So it emphasizes that the role of the board is to make sure that the best interest of every student is the center and the focus of the board. And that also includes the physical decisions with having in mind the best interest of all students. In the section number 2, the unity and purpose of the board, the old language was that the board will act as a team with a common vision and purpose. It didn't define what like as a team or a common vision. And the new language is very specific. It states that keep the district focused on learning and achieving for all students. Communicate a common vision, operate openly with trust and integrity, govern in a dignified and professional manner, treating everyone with civility and respect. So that's the new language that was added. So it's making, expands the list of specifications regarding unity of purpose. And then the third section that was changed and added is board responsibilities. The old language talks about the board shall adopt policies, approve the budget, and evaluate the superintendent, very narrow. The new language is very specific on the role of the board and the role of the superintendent. And it emphasizes that the board is responsible for adopting and updating policies consistent with law and goals, maintaining accountability for student learning, hiring, supporting, and evaluating the superintendent, adopting a fiscal responsible budget, ensuring safe and appropriate learning environments, overseeing collective bargaining, and providing community leadership. So it defines the role of the board and it defines the role of the superintendent. And then the last one was the expectations for individual board members. The old language states board members should act ethically and respect confidentiality. That was the old language. The new language is pretty extensive. And it says that the board is expected to keep learning and achieving for all students as the primary focus. Value, support, and advocate for public education. Respect, recognize and respect differences of perspective and style. Act with dignity and maintain confidentiality. Participate in professional development. Understand the distinction between board and staff roles. And recognize that the authority rests with the board as a whole, meaning none of us can make decisions individually. It's all of us as a collective. So in summary, it just updates the language about focusing on students and naming the students as our main stakeholder, expanding the list of guidance principles for board conduct and collaboration, broaden the to include community oversight and safe learning environment, and clarifies roles, confidentiality, ethics, distinction between government and management, and then it strengthens expectations around integrity, civility, and responsibility, responsible public representation. So that's the update recommended. With that, I will open for any clarifying questions regarding that policy. Diana, are you ready? Yeah. Have a good night. All right, I'll start with trustee Diaz. Any clarifying questions?
No.
Trustee Reese? Trustee DeMarco?
No, sir.
Trustee Chavarria?
No clarifying questions, but it would be helpful to have like, I love everything that you just read, to be able to have the changes on there too, to show it, highlight the difference, just so that way we have those documents. Because I know you were saying it, but I was trying to keep up on what was different. But again, thank you for reading this and outlining those areas.
Awesome.
If you look, just by the way, in adoption of the consent and item number 2, and then if you go to the policy guide sheet, actually, I don't know if that has it in it. I can send it to you because we do have it in a policy guide sheet.
No, that's fine, but it's good to like highlight. You guys did that on some of the board policies where you highlighted in yellow the changes.
Right.
It just would be good, for transparency and also to follow along and highlight those good things that were changed.
Right.
You mind if I clarify? The highlighted changes actually is from CSBA, not us. And it was left in number 2 and it should have been added to this title. Just let you know, but they if you go to that section, you'll see all the highlighted stuff. This was actually written by CSBA.
Right.
Our quarterly updates.
Correct. All right, with that, I will open it for any public comment. 2. All right, closing public comment. Any final comments? Trustee Diaz.
Just move to adopt.
Okay, trustee Reese.
I second.
All right, trustee DeMarco.
Since we're not gonna follow the way it goes, I'll just go ahead and vote yay on what they did.
All right, trustee Chavarria.
Yes.
All right, so it was motion by trustee Diaz, second by trustee Reese. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Awesome. Moving on to the next one. Where's my agenda? I lost my agenda. Here it is. All right, adoption of resolution dash number 2025-2607, affirmation of October 2025 as you're gonna help me with that. Augmentative and alternative communication. Thank you. I'm an English learner, so I have no idea. So go for it.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We are really happy to be here tonight to put forth to the board a resolution to recognize October as AAC Awareness Month. AAC stands for Assistive and Augmentative Communication. And what that is really a wide variety of methods that individuals might use to communicate their thoughts, wants, needs when doing so with their vocal cords is not accessible to them. So when we talk about the value of student voice, this is really the foundation of it. And the belief that, everyone has something valuable to say, regardless of the modality in which they say it. I see Trustee Diaz is utilizing a device right now. So it can really be anything from like a physical icon, which we would refer to as a low-tech option, up to high-tech, like the communication apps on the iPads. It wouldn't be a special services presentation if we didn't give you something to engage with. So we have those, and then you'll also see your worksheet in front of you. In the interest of time, since it's a little late, we won't do our little activity, but we're gonna have you take it home. And you'll see at the top, there's a picture of what's called the core board. And those are kind of the core words, and you can say quite a lot. You can kind of communicate quite a lot of intentions with these core words. But you might also find that if additional words that you want to use are not accessible to you, that can be frustrating. And so that's why it's so important to honor communication and find ways to support individuals with that. So next, we're going to go ahead and have a demonstration of an AAC device read you the Communication Bill of Rights.
Yeah, so as we know, every student and every individual has a right to communicate and to be heard and how their thoughts and desires be expressed. And so this is going to be the Communication Bill of Rights that we have pre-programmed into this device.
The right to interact socially, maintain social closeness, and build relationships. El derecho para pedir objetos, acciones, eventos y gentes deseados. The right to refuse or reject undesired objects, actions, events, or choices. El derecho para expresar preferencias y emociones personales. The right to make choices from meaningful alternatives. El derecho para hacer comentarios y compartir opiniones. The right to ask for and give information, including information about changes in routine and environment. El derecho para ser informado sobre personas y eventos de la vida de uno. The right to access interventions and supports that improve communication. El derecho de tener acciones de la comunicación reconocidas y ser respondido, aunque el resultado deseado no pueda ser realizado. The right to have access to functioning AAC, augmentative and alternative communication, and other AT, assistive technology, services and devices at all times. A los contextos ambientales, interacciones y oportunidades que promuevan la participación como compañeros comunicativos con otras personas. The right to be treated with dignity and addressed with respect and courtesy. El derecho de ser dirigido directamente y no hablan por uno ni platiquen de uno en la tercera persona mientras estén presentes. The right to have clear, meaningful, and culturally and linguistically appropriate communications.
And so if you haven't had the opportunity to read the Communication of Bill of Rights, I encourage each and every one of you to take a look at it and think about one of those rights that resonates with you.
With Halloween right around the corner, my son's nonverbal. So a lot of people, when we go up to the house, they look at him like, say trick or treat. You know, he can't. So also up there is a knock knock, trick or treat, candy, put in, and thank you. So you can visually give this to somebody and show them that. And then I challenge you guys, we'll see if you guys can do it, to make the motion on that device.
That's hard.
It's hard and we expect our students to do it every day.
I feel you. I'm just thankful I shouldn't test me more.
Did it?
Yeah, back to the white. Like how Johanna's daughter.
That's my son's. My voice.
on
Oh,
that one.
there's.
We did a whole bunch of voices, so
Yeah.
it's a lot of different.
I heard Katie's.
Mine is on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
we go. In just a minute, bug.
Yeah. And you can be creative of the words that you can use.
If you can.
See how hard it is?
We can.
Oh, I like that one.
Capital I, want. Help.
Help, 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 help.
We can say
Capital I, want.
more words to pass the motion.
We can also say the sentiment is there and then we can.
Yeah.
So cool. I'm not sure this one is programs. I'm not sure if this one has the keyboarding page on it.
That's okay. I was a challenge. I failed. I
failed.
I didn't make sure it was charged before I challenged, well.
We'll allow for
right.
local clarifying questions and motion.
Let's ask if there's any clarifying questions from the board and I'll just open it up. Trustee Diaz, any clarifying questions?
Oh, those new boards that we got, are you guys using them? Are the students using them really good?
Yeah, so our special day classes over at Elkhorn started trialing them over the past few weeks. So they're really excited to see them, but they're also hoping that they're not the last ones on the training list. So I'll just put that out there.
Have they played, I saw this demonstration with like interactive sand or something like that, like, was that ever tried out again?
Go to people page. That has not been yet. We're still working on trying to get funding to get those bought. It's Kids Jump Tech is what we were looking at with Allison, with the special ed committee.
Cool, thank you so much for the presentation, it's awesome.
Right, Trustee Reese?
Yes, just thank you all for being here so late. I know it's a really long night. And thank you for supporting our students. And Stephanie, thank you for being a fearless advocate. Yes. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Trustee DeMarco?
Because we're doing questions for questions? No, no questions.
Trustee Chavarria?
Did I fail? No, thank you for letting us experience this.
We like to say that we model without expectation. So there's no feeling.
There you go.
Oh, I love that. I'm gonna start saying that. Let's model without expectations. All right. Okay, any final comments? All right, didn't open it for any public comment. Sue, go ahead.
Just, they're very challenging as a parent as well to try to even navigate, because you can customize those and take pictures of your family. My son is on there and also his siblings. Yeah. So you can customize it to mom, dad, and have your picture. But it takes a lot to learn it as well. So I can only imagine, being nonverbal, trying to learn that as well is challenging. So.
Awesome, awesome. Sue? All right, any final comments? Trustee Diaz?
Just again, thank you all for everything that you do. Stephanie, thank you for all your work, and I know you're gonna do good with the county too on the new appointment that you got, and just great job. I'm so proud of you.
Awesome. Trustee Reese?
Just thank you.
Trustee Marco?
I've been hearing Stephanie talk about this since I got appointed on here. It was amazing to actually see it in action. I've heard about it and I've sometimes seen it, but they actually were doing assignments and it just blew me away because there's so much in their head that they want to communicate, and they had an opportunity to share what they were thinking. So it's just yeah, it's really brand new and just learning about this. I'd like to hear more about it, and hopefully as a district we can do more to support this.
Trustee Chavarria?
I'm just really glad to see these tools, at our district. So thank you. Thank you guys for sharing with us, and thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah, and I really appreciate when we went to the class and we were seeing it, I was telling Trustee DeMarco and Dr. Turkey that our students used to be picked up here because we didn't have a class dedicated for children on the spectrum, or let alone a class for a special education around. So we had to bus them for an hour and a half out. And a lot of our kids had to be in a bus for an hour and a half. And I was you, Stephanie, I was that advocate of special education and saying, this is not fair. Why not? Why is our district not providing these tools, these resources, everything? And when I went into the classroom and saw the classroom that was designed just like the class that was an hour and a half away, it was really heartwarming to see that our students are here, they belong here, They should not be bused away from our communities. They're part of our communities, but it also because it shows other students and it shows other community members that we should be inclusive and make sure everyone's treated with dignity and respect, regardless of their way of thinking, regardless of what's going on. So I felt really proud to walk into that classroom because of the advocacy that has happened. So our district has changed, and it has changed for the best. And we still have a lot to do. We still have a lot to work, but some of the goals that we had, we reached them. And seeing those little ones start at our district and not away was really, really inspiring and happy for me, because that's what we advocated for, and seeing it happen was great. I mean, I remember having these at home. We didn't have iPads at that time, but we had icons, and it made a huge difference for our family. And so I'm really happy that to say, like, this is really important for our families, for our students, for our district, for everyone in our community should be able to find a way to communicate, and communicating comes in many different ways. And so thank you so much for the work that you all are doing. And thank you, Stephanie, for all the advocacy. Please continue. Please continue to tell us how, and to advocate for the students, because it is a population that sometimes we don't put in the center, and it's time for us to start thinking of our students. So thank you. This is an item to approve. I move to I'm not using the pad, but I move to adopt this resolution. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Capital I.
Motion carried. Awesome. All right, thank you so much. Moving on to our last item, approve the agreement between our district and Raptor Technologies.
Well, good evening
Heard
again,
it.
Laura. Thank you. So we do not, or I do not have a presentation for us tonight. We have presented on Raptor Industries twice now for our volunteer systems, and over the course of between the presentations and this point, we've also met with various people to answer the questions that came up during those presentations. So attached to this, and we can open up anything that you'd like to, we have three documents. One is the actual contract with the quote for Raptor Industries. The second is our administrative regulation 1240 that deals with volunteer assistance, and that is just a piece of evidence to show that we have changed the policy to take out the fingerprinting and just leave in background check through DOJ and the FBI or the feds. And the third piece is an answer to Trustee DeMarco's questions regarding what are the steps to become either a visitor or a volunteer if we are to implement the Raptor Industries. And there they are. There are 6 steps, and there's actually less than that. They're just expanded and very thorough in their descriptions of what needs to happen. So if we are to vote this in this evening and go with Raptor Industries, this is how you would become a volunteer safe through the Volunteer 2, or a visitor safe, which we would call a Volunteer 1. Again, as a reminder to the board and the public, Volunteer 1 for visitor safe is that is for parents or community members that would like to and have a reason to come on campus and are invited to visit a classroom, to volunteer during the day under supervision of staff on our campus. And that goes through a check to where it checks them against the sexual offender registry. That is the only thing that process does. Under Volunteer Safe and a Volunteer 2 program, that is the full background check. And that process would start on a link on our website that the parents can do from home, or the volunteers can do from home. They fill out their forms. The school is alerted when they pass that volunteer check. They come in, they show their ID, so we can make sure that who filled out the form is the person that we are now looking at and confirm their identity. And we approve that volunteer system. once from that point on, they are cleared in all of our campuses, and they slide several forms of ID or their name once we again confirm who they are, and they are cleared to come onto our campuses. So this is a change in our process right now where we only have one level of volunteerism or visitor, and that is a full background check along with fingerprinting. Another question that came up previous is how much are we spending on fingerprinting? And I know that there's not a price on safety on this one, but it is a piece of information that we'd like to know. We spent over $18,000 on fingerprinting volunteers last year. And if you look at our quotes here for this entire system, we are looking at a initial cost of $15,000 and an ongoing cost of $8,000. There is a cost for the background check through Raptor Industries. It is $6.30 each volunteer that we send through this process now. Happy to take any questions on this that the board may still have.
Thank you, Curtis. I'm going to open it up for the board for any clarifying questions, and I'll start with Trustee Diaz.
No questions.
Trustee Reese?
What would be the rollout plan? Like, communication to the community about the process?
Yeah, absolutely. So number one, I'm going to say that Dr. Katie Turner took the lead on this and has most of the information, did all the heavy lifting. So from a volunteer standpoint, if you haven't volunteered in our district before, you would notice no difference because you don't know what our system is now. So the rollout plan would be working with Raptor Industries to come in, bring in the actual scanners and the systems that physically are located at each of our sites, FRC and the district office. The next piece that we have to do as a district, if approved, is to put the link to them, to their background check onto our website, and then communicating out with our parents on how do I volunteer and what are my options to volunteer. So we're going to dedicate a volunteer tab on our website to introduce the parents on how to do this. And we're going to train our staff, especially the FRC, on how to interact with our parents and get more volunteers into our schools and make our schools more accessible for those parents that want to come and observe, help, and just be more present on our campuses.
And so from the date you signed the contract, what's the timeline for implementation?
I'm not positive on that. I believe it's fairly fast. It's a matter of how quickly that information is there. And if Katie, I believe she is watching still, but if she does know that and she may sign on to Zoom and give us that answer, it isn't a long process. I have worked in districts with Raptor Technologies before, and it's quite accessible. They get the stuff in there pretty fast, and training is minimal. Let me rephrase that. It's very user friendly, so there's not an intensive training that comes along with this.
Thank you.
Trustee DeMarco?
No questions.
Trustee Chavarria?
Thank you for bringing this forward. Just to clarify, you said it was $15,000 and then $8,000 a year after that? Is that just a flat rate? No matter how many users, just the size of our.
So that's the quote we got right now for the size of our district. And it's more about the number of sites that we are going to allow people to come in and volunteer at. So we are covering the FRC, our school sites, in the district office. So it looks like the initial, if I'm going through the cost here. So there is a one-time cost subtotal of $15,253 and a reoccurring cost of $8,505 per year, which would be about a $10,000 reduction in what we currently spend yearly. Now that's not accounting for the $6.30 background for each of the people.
Right.
I would say we run a little over 200 to 300 of these. Well, the last time I checked, we were doing about 140 to 200 volunteers through our current system right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right.
6 to 8 weeks is our rollout. Thank you, Dr. Turner.
All right. Any other questions? Martha?
No, I'm good.
All right. I'm opening it for any public comment. All right, closing public comment. Any final comments? Trustee Diaz?
No.
Trustee Reese? No? Trustee DeMarco? No? Trustee Chavarria?
No, I'm just so glad to see this. Parents been wanting this for a long time. So thank you.
Of course.
Yes, I think facilitating it for parents but also making sure our kids are safe. It's important for all of us. So I appreciate all the work done to look into it, all the questions answered, everything that you all put to make sure that we have that information. This is an item to approve. Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes, I motion to approve the agreement.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moved by trustee Chavarria, second by trustee DeMarco, and approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to board request for next meeting. And I'll start with trustee Diaz.
A little of everything. We talk about student-centered decisions, but I don't see that in some ways, but we keep pouring money and resources and hiring buddies into the administration and management teams. Where's the $1 million that we wanted to spend on the meeting room for the district office, and then taking away spaces from students and wanting to take away the 100s for meetings for adults, and that other facilities at our schools were taking away classrooms for meetings, and that's not real student-centered as far as I'm concerned, and other people. Also, I'm curious on what's gonna go on with if anything's gonna go on with workforce, housing and or bond. And it's been quite a few meetings since we tabled the audit agenda request that I made, and I'd like to see, well, yeah, I think a few of us showed interest in it, and it's needed. It's not uncommon at all whatsoever to get some departments audited. So I gave it some time before I asked again, and it's tabled. So definitely would like to see that coming up pretty soon. And just gonna ask about the some type of availability of food, such as the vending machines, but not even just those ones either now. Like there could be ones in other spots of the school. And just come up with the solution of that hasn't happened in quite a long time for those vending machines, and maybe moving one or two to different spots, because our kids, just would want to buy something after hours, that all of them can be approved, whether it's blue zones or after school, turn it on after school, for some stuff for fuel for athletes' bodies, for their energy and going hungry and stuff like that. So kids are here all night and stuff. So yeah, it's been a while. So just would like to see some updates on any of that stuff.
So just to clarify, trustee Diaz, one is the audit. The other one was the
Update.
workforce.
And or bond. Because
Workforce
it
and
doesn't
bond.
have to be workforce. Maybe we might not go with that, but we might want to fix our facilities for,
Update on bond or workforce housing. And then providing food or meal for students and athletes.
No, just having our vending machines available, since there wouldn't be like staff selling stuff here, after hours, and and if the forum's closed or empty, maybe there's another spot in the school that students and student athletes and student musicians can go buy a soda or a drink, or sugar-free whatever, and snacks that are healthy. There's like
So
zillions
vending
of
machines.
options.
Vending machines, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And not just in the forum. Maybe we can move a couple.
All right. Trustee Reese.
Yes, I would like an update on the peer mentor program. The recruitment, what we're doing to get students into those peer mentor programs to provide tutoring. And then I know it's kind of early because it sounds like it just rolled out, but the AmeriCorps program. So maybe in a month or two, to give us an update of how it's going at schools, what the implementation looks like. Thank you.
All right. Trustee DeMarco.
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Trustee Chavarria.
I wish Adriana would have still been here from our student, because you know what I was curious about? If maybe Adriana, she's the current ASB president?
No.
believe so, no?
Vice President.
Vice president? Okay. I think it would be really awesome to have a presentation on how ASB functions. Like, I know that they're in charge of a lot, responsibilities. So maybe having a presentation how ASB functions, from the hiring ASB students to managing the budget, to do they manage all the clubs, or just kind of like a presentation so we can understand how ASB functions today.
So ASB,
Mhm.
current ASB structure. Yes.
The structure and how it works, how they manage what they have to do.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Nothing for me, Matt. With that, our meeting adjourned at 9:08.